What's happening? Alright, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, guys are having a fantastic day today, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another Fortnite Battle Royale live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yo, we got Liam Beans. Welcome to the stream. King of the Bears. Welcome, my man. Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate it. Matt Grossman, you were the very first person in here, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got Bassfish Cat, ISO God also coming to the stream. The Only Robo Twig also comes in here over on the Twitch side. Appreciate it. What's up, Feed the Beast, Nathan, Michael, Leon, Jason, Jesse, Amita, Lost, It's Vince, Emilio, Italian Turtle, Pedro Gaming, Bloodstone, Brace Stewart. We got Dimitrik, Blowjob Joe, Fusion, Ibay, Trader, JT or JD Foster. What's up, Nathan? How you doing today? Daniel, what's up, KP? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today, Jaden? What's up, Kevin? Broid, Minnie, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you guys all coming out. Yo, the hashtag notification squad is still strong, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you all coming out. What's up, Frankie? How you doing today, Joel? What's up, Tracy? How you doing today, Andrew Dickerson? UAV, Bill Foster. What's up, my man? How you doing today, Beast, Deer Hunter, OMG, OMG? What's up, Austin? Already over 500 people in here. You guys are absolutely crazy. Welcome to the stream, guys. Level 99, ladies and gentlemen. Level 99. That is honestly crazy to look at. Level 99, damn. We're gonna be we might hit level 100 this stream. That's gonna be a long ways to go. Like, we'd have to play a lot in order to hit level 100 this stream, but it is possible. If we end up getting a lot of wins or something like that, it could definitely happen. How you doing today, Carlos? What's up, Dimitrik? How you doing today, Juan? What's up, Mark? Dr. Elite. You always miss me saying hello, bro. You gotta cut me some slack, man. There's a lot of people here in the stream, but welcome. Appreciate you coming in. What's up, Zachary? How you doing today, Pokemon? What's up, Carter? What's up, Micro? How you doing today? Oh, it's Liama Beans. Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry if I just butchered that. How you doing today, Gone Gone? Notice me? What's up, Jason? How you doing today, Legend Wolf? Whoa, the FPS. Why is the FPS so low? Hold on. FPS is so low. Wait, where's the audio here? There it is. I don't know why it was so delayed there. Yo, thank you so much, man. I seriously appreciate that, brother. Hold on. I think I gotta... Yeah, we gotta do this. Save that. Now it should be good, right? Now, okay, now I have better FPS. That's such a weird issue. They've definitely got to fix that. It's like I auto load in on like a really, really horrible window mode. Hopefully they can fix that. I'm gonna go ahead and jump out over here to this factory out here. What's up, Bang? How you doing today, John? Welcome to the stream. First game on, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic day. Welcome back to the stream. So I got a haircut, as you guys may or may not be able to tell. And before you guys mention anything, yes, I do understand that my forehead looks 10 times larger when I get a haircut because my hair is shorter. And I don't quite know how I feel about that because I already have a large forehead as it is. But then whenever I get my haircut, it always makes it so much larger. You know what I'm saying? It's terrible. What's up, Juadi Rodriguez? Welcome to the stream. I hate it. Grab this real quick, actually. I wonder where they're going to come out with an update again to fix all these horrible issues now that have resulted from this new graphics update. Like, they gotta fix a couple things, man. Alright. I'll definitely take that. A potion as well. Here we go. What's up, Brody? What's up, Fortnite Gabe? I like your new haircut. Well, thank you. Yeah, I kind of like it a little bit shorter too, to be honest with you. It's always, I just think it's nicer. It's cleaner, you know. What's up, Grape Abe? What's up, Aqua Legend? Welcome to the stream. Hey, what's good, Prince Charming? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm actually going to carry that. Keep that right there. Someone said donation train tonight? I don't know about that, man. What was that? Did you guys just see a graphic glitch right there? Definitely just saw something, I think. Looked quite strange. I'm definitely in need of an AR right now. I'm definitely going to go underground as well and check down there. I think I hear the chest right beneath me. Unless they keep chests in here. Is that what I'm hearing? Is there one up there? I don't know. Hey, yo, what's up, Rebel? Welcome back to the stream. Appreciate you coming in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The chest has got to be below me. Hi. Can I get a hoya? Yo, but that one gamer, thank you so much for the $2 donation, my man. Appreciate it, brother. Am I pronouncing your name right, by the way? Rebel? Ooh. Go out here and get this guy. I feel bad that I don't have an AR. It's perfect.
Ice3 couldn't be in there, even if they've been busy.
Ooh, yikes. What's up, CT? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. Yo, Sully6 also comes in with a 398. It says, hi, sorry I couldn't be in your stream. Has been busy lately. Hey, honestly, man, no worries, brother. Appreciate you coming back in, my man. Yo, let's get some hype in the chat from my man Sully6. Appreciate the dono, bro, for real. What's up, Noah Rugg? What's up, JK? Hey, today, Angelina. Welcome to the stream. It's pronounced like Rebel, but either way, it's cool. Okay, Rebel. I've been saying Rebel, haven't I? Like an idiot. Okay. Actually, that makes more sense. Rebel. That's a lot easier, too. Feels more natural. Gotcha. Alright, cool. Let's get it. Hey, Henis, I like the haircut. Yo, thank you, Elements. It's a light haircut, man. Nothing crazy. But, I don't know. It always feels nice to get my haircut. I honestly am not a big fan of having, like, extremely long hair. So it's kind of nice whenever I get the chance to get my haircut. Let's get some hype in the chat, though. What's up, Corey? How you doing today, Zion? What's up, Steven? How you doing today, Daniel? I'm ready for the first dub of the night. I'm ready for it. We already got over 500 wood. I'm feeling it now, ladies and gentlemen. Henis, did you notice me? Jay, I didn't notice you until now, man. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Chief? Why didn't you get the crossbow? I'm not a big fan of the crossbow, man. It's like the way I've always sort of looked at it, it's more so a gag weapon than anything else, you know what I'm saying? It's not really like something you actually carry around if you're trying to go for a win. And for the first game on today, I'm going to try to like actually go for a win, and then after this we'll be going for some challenges, so... You guys know I like bringing you guys challenge gameplays, so... Ah, shoot. Wow, okay, you can't do anything here. What? Okay, there we go. Why do I have a really bad feeling I'm gonna get sniped right now? What's up, Frank? Gotta get into the safe zone here, too. We're almost there. What's up, Pokemaster? How you doing today, Laxman? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Daniel? Just downloaded the app to watch you. Hey, King K, I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, some people prefer to watch on Twitch. Some people prefer to watch on YouTube. It really, so much of it just comes down to personal preference, man. Whichever platform you prefer to watch on. Those of you guys who don't know, I'm live on both YouTube and Twitch right now, so make sure you guys check me out. I've noticed too, and some of you guys are probably gonna like be like, "Duh, Henis, yeah." Hold on.
Hi, dude, huge fan. How y'all doing?
Yo, Devil of Death 5. Thank you so much for the the £5 donation. I was about to say $5.
What's your most kills? 13?
Yo, Andrew Dickerson, thank you so much for the dono, my man. That dude looked a little confused right there. Not gonna lie, kind of like it though. Actually gonna pick that up. Ooh, guy going right up here. Dude, I gotta catch up on these donations. I was gonna talk to you guys about something. Oh my god. What's up, Ninja Hawk? How you doing today, my man? How's my day? My day's actually going pretty good, bro. It's going really good. But Devil, thank you so much for the £5. I really do appreciate that. Dude, I can't talk right now. The donation train is actually real.
What I'm doing.
Oh shoot. Tried to do that. I'm dead. I missed every shot right there. That was terrible. Wow. I honestly wanted to do that like whole propel thing, and then I clicked the wrong button and I swapped to the wrong grenade, and then I awkwardly stood there for a second. What's up, Bubba? How you doing today, Daniel? Welcome to the stream. What's up, JT Vlogs? Let me catch up on all these donations. So that one game I got yours, Sully, I got yours, Devil. Andrew Dickerson with the 2. He says, what's your most kills? 13 question mark. If it's a solo man, I think it's 16. I think it's 16 is my most kills solo. So it's nothing crazy. But 16. Thank you very much for your 2. Zachary then comes in with $1.11, says, how your day, fam? My day's going pretty good. My day is going really, really nicely. Thank you very much for your donation as well. Sully6 then comes in with $1.59, says, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what you're doing either, Sully, but I appreciate your donation, dude. Thank you so much. This is like, feels like one of those doc streams. Feels like a doc stream. What do you mean? Yeah, Rebel sounds a lot better. I'm saying that as if like we're trying to come up with a name for your channel or something, when it's just been my idiot self that's been mispronouncing it this whole time.
Henis wanna start a family.
Kasi Mabdullah comes in with a $2 donation and says, Henis, do you want to start a family? Honestly, I'm down. Thank you very much for coming into the stream. Appreciate your $2 donation. Let's get some Kasi hype in the chat. I mean, count me in. I'm game. Let's start a family. As weird as... Wait, what? Crazy Killer, welcome to the stream. What's up, Gon Gon? YouTube, come join the cool kids. Yeah, right, exactly. What's up, Ruby? Yeah, I know. Season 3 is coming out soon, guys. That's why I really want to try to reach level 100 before Season 3 comes out. If I can reach level 100 on this game, I'm going to be pretty stoked. Not going to lie. But I got to grind. I'm on level 99 now. So when I was going to talk to you guys earlier, this was only made aware of me today, and I don't even know if you guys can agree with me on this. Actually, you know what? We're going to do it like this. What's a word? You could call me by my epic... Wait a minute. What did that say? Hold on. You could call me... You could call me by my Epic Games account, Big Booty 5000. Yikes. You're right, I could do that. All these donations coming in, man. You guys are too nice to me. Yeah, we'll keep that right there for now.
I have my mom's credit card, lol.
Yo, you guys are being too nice to me. Stop donating.
15 kills this game, I'll give $20.
$20, bruh? My most is not even close to that, man. Bro, there's too many donations coming in right now. I don't know what to do. Alright, I gotta really focus if I want that much money, though, man.
JK.
How I doing, M8?
So weak down there, man. It's unbelievable. I don't know where this dude went. Come on, come back to me, man. Oh, he's out back. Shoot, he just got absolutely annihilated. Only 2 kills so far, bro. It should be so much more than that. Oh, what's up, Damien? Welcome to the stream, my man. Yes, Damien. Actually, Damien, I don't know if I do remember you, man. But welcome back to the stream. I need a shotgun. Here we go. This will work for right now. I'm just gonna run, try to go get kills. 18 kills. I gotta do it. The focus there is real. I know, right? I gotta concentrate. All right, so I want you guys to go ahead and type in the chat. What's a word that you guys think I say a lot in my stream? And like, be honest. A word or a phrase. What's something that... Some of you guys may have to think about it if you've never really paid attention to it. But my dad made me aware today. And other people have told me this before too. That there's a word in particular that I say a lot. And I don't know if my stream has picked up on it yet. So what are some words that you guys think I say way too much? I'm curious what you guys gonna say. And be honest too. Don't just give a response for the sake of giving a response. If you seriously can't think of any words that you think I say a lot, then don't say a lot of words. Then, you know, don't say anything, you know? But brother? I do say brother a lot. Goddamn, I totally get that. That's respectable. Oh, what the hell? Brother, I gotta be honest, and goddamn, okay. I'm not saying anybody say the word that I'm thinking of, but brother, okay. Huh, so I guess there's more words than one that I say a lot. Alright, thanks, Chad. Thanks for making me feel even more self-conscious now about more words, apparently, that I say a lot. I gotta catch up on all these donations, too. These donations are coming in hot. Thought I heard a guy behind me. You say should have too much? I say should have too much. Like just should have. The phrase should have. I've never thought of myself as a should have type of guy. That's interesting that you say that though. Another potion up there. I'm definitely going for that. But no, the word that I was thinking, guys. You ready? You ready for the word that I was thinking? Literally. How did I not see that guy? Literally. God damn it, dude. Ripping the chat. There we go. I said god damn it. All right. I gotta cut down. No, but it's literally. I was having a conversation with my dad today, and my dad was like, "You say literally way too much." I was like, "Really?" And I kind of stopped to think about it, and I was like, "You know what? You're kind of right. I do say literally a lot." It's kind of true. We get a lol rip in the chat. But let me catch up on all these donations. Thank you so very much for the support. So let me see. Sully6 donated $1.42, said I have my mom's credit card. Lol, Sully. Don't donate more than you should, man, but I appreciate your contributions. Thank you so much. Then Andrew Dickerson comes in with a 2 and says, if you get 18 kills this game, I'll give you 20 bucks. Hopefully that still applies to this next game. Distilled Nut with $1 says JK. Did you donate earlier? I don't see your donation from earlier. Huh. Brad comes in with the 5 bits. Thank you. Your balls are showing. Devil of 5 comes in with another 2 pounds and says, why doing, mate? I'm doing good, man. Thank you very much for your donation. Then Twisted Tranny comes in with $1, says, you say should have too much. I got that one. Then Dakota comes in with $1. Thank you very, very much, guys, for all your donations tonight. Seriously means a lot. Make sure you guys drop a like in the stream if you're new. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Appreciate all the support tonight, guys. For real. So many donations right off the bat. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. I do say literally a lot. Yeah. I got to cut that out of my vocabulary. Because I pick up on a lot of those things from some people too. What is this name? What is...
You literally got destroyed right there.
Listening to the text-to-speech say literally is weird. I gotta say, I do agree with you guys though. But I literally did get destroyed right there. Literally nothing I can do against this guy. That took way too long. What's up, Lolback? How you doing today, my man? I don't even know if I want to challenge that yet. I have such little building material, and I hate that feeling. But thank you, Ugly Testicle, for the $1 donation. Things Henis would never think he'd say. You know what I'm saying? That is definitely one of them. What's up, Freddy? I definitely heard a chest. Oh, I think it's down below. It's down in the basement again. How you doing today, Elijah? Welcome to the stream, buddy. I think I heard another guy's footsteps. He's close. What's up, Sam? I said it again? I said what again? Hi, just joined the stream. How's it going? Master Gamer. I'm doing pretty good, bro. Bro. Now I'm going to be all self-conscious about this. Maybe this wasn't a good idea to have this conversation with my stream. Now all I'm going to be able to think about are the words that I allegedly say too much. Not even allegedly, like there's just proof. That just hit me. So how does he hit all those shots from long range and then miss everything up close? That's so weird. I already got that. What's up, Zachary? Like, I want to interact with people, so there are going to be some things that I like, that I say over and over again, you know, like, hey, what's going on, buddy? How you doing today, man? Like, there's just some of those things that I think I will say a lot, just because I'm always, like, I always try my best to, like, be constantly interacting with the stream. But I'll try to be more self-aware of the words that I say over and over again. Well, it could be that you don't say those words enough. Oh, who's thinking about it like that, chat? Come on. There we go. That's an interesting theory. Rebel brings up a very interesting point. I think maybe I don't say those words enough. And so this is me during my streams making up for the lack of me saying those words. Think about it. Hey, what's up, Letitia Stutz? Welcome back to the stream. What GFuel flavor am I drinking? Same old, man. I got cherry. No, sour cherry. Newest flavor, man. Absolutely love it. You actually say like a lot? See, now, here's the environment that we've created. Let me paint a picture for you guys. I don't think I can ever repeat a word anymore without allegedly saying that word too much. You know what I'm saying? I do say that a lot too now that I think about it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Everybody says words more than once, I think, right? I can't be the only idiot that does this. Like, I just can't be.
Can I have some tips because I can't get a win?
Some tips? Absolutely. Well, first of all, if you're looking for wins, you're asking the wrong guy. I absolutely suck at this game. But if I were to give you any piece of advice, it would be to practice, and especially when it comes when you're just starting out, throw yourself into every single gunfight that you possibly can. That can help with your chances of, you know, just learning how to build better, learning how to aim, stuff like that. I thought Nade Shots Lemonade was same old, same old. Yeah, but I'm all out of Nade Shots Lemonade now, so I've got to use something different. And right now I've got a full tub of sour cherry. I just haven't had Nade Shots Lemonade, like, re-delivered yet. What do you do with coins? You can use coins to enter into massive giveaways that I run at the end of every single month. You're going to drive yourself crazy? Yeah, I can't be thinking like that, I guess. That's what I have to do. I can't have that mindset of, oh, I just repeat words over and over again, you know? Hopefully you win this game. I hope so too, Brian. I think I got to turn my game volume up a little bit more. As crazy as that is. Whole game just froze there. Go ahead and turn up my volume here. I'm at 50%. I love your videos. Thank you very much, Michelle. Appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you guys drop a like and subscribe to the channel if you're new. According to my count, we have 666 viewers. That's crazy. But Death of 5, thank you so much for your 2-pounder, man. I'm going to head to the battle bus. I feel like increasing my quality, or excuse me, increasing my sound volume, it's just going to help with me being able to hear more. Oh, this has already been looted. We're in the safe zone, though, so that's good. How do you enter into the giveaways? You enter right into the chat. So when I run these giveaways at the end of every single month, you guys enter into the giveaways directly into the chat when I have the when I'm running the actual giveaways. I just shot by accident. That was weird. Wait. Oh no. Oh wait, no, I didn't shoot. There's a guy right across the way there. You guys see him? What is going on over here? This guy looks a little confused. You guys see this kid? Maybe I was just hearing debris, but I thought I heard something else. Why is this building just not rendered in? What is happening? Doesn't make any sense. There should be a guy right up here, though. Yikes. That almost did enough damage to completely take me out. Gonna need some more of these potions. I honestly thought that was gonna do so much more damage to him. But look at this. Why are the beds just hanging in the air? Or these aren't even the beds. These are the corners of the... From a distance, they look like the beds, but they're the corners of the house. Gosh, that's so weird. Game's perfect. Level 100? We're really close to level 100. Very, very close. I gotta get to the safe zone here too. What's up, Taylor? Hey, Henis, I think I'm in your game. Well, then focus on the game, bro. Stop typing in chat. Sheesh. What you doing? The concentration is now on, ladies and gentlemen. There's a blue AR, really? For real? Am I that blind? Is it a burst? No, it's not. Damn. Chad, I'm just off today. I think you know what threw me off? I picked up the purple sniper, and then I was just thinking too much about color. I wasn't thinking enough about color, and yeah. Thank you though, guys. Wait, what did Rebel just say? 10 out of 10, best game of the century? Best game of the century. Thank you for the blue AR spams, though. This is why it's helpful to have almost 700 people watching my game as well. So when I start to screw up and do stupid stuff, you guys can catch me so I don't look as stupid, you know? So thank you. Well, I still look stupid. It's just I get to go back and correct the mistake. I can try. Let's be real, though. I'm still an idiot. Game froze right there. Every freeze that you guys see on screen also happens to me, so I don't know honestly why these are happening, but they are extremely annoying. I'm gonna be so butthurt if I get sniped again, like I did last game. I could really use a better sniper in all honesty. Tilted Towers is not where I want to be right now, though. Just gonna do my best to get out of here. Don't act like a noob? Okay. Thanks for smacking some sense into me. You're right. I'll stop acting like a noob. When does Battle Pass 3 come out? I honestly have no clue. Henis, look behind you. Look behind you, Dad. Like, is somebody chasing me? Or, like, behind me physically in real life? Bro, I'm waiting for one of these days when, like, I turn around on stream and I think you guys are gagging me and there's actually a psychopath standing right behind me. And I get mugged and die on stream. Honestly, 10 out of 10, great quality content. Clickbait it, get a lot of views, you know. Every YouTuber's dream. This guy's still over there. I don't think he sees me, though. In a lot of these situations, too, I get too much tunnel vision. In those gunfights, I don't pay enough attention to other people like this. Like, there was just a guy that came down the side of that mountain right there. I guess he pushed more to the safe zone. Shoot. It's a blue. I really just want to pick up the RPG. Let's find out where this guy went, though. Here he is. Game froze again. Glad I didn't take any damage there. There's a dude up here. No jump pad. Let me get a little bit closer to this mountain right here. I think I'm just gonna push this guy. Screw it. Oh, shoot. It's not really helping me. Yikers, bro. Gotta get a med kit. Holy crap. Oh, man. What's up, Kanye? Welcome to the stream. Dude, I gotta find a med kit or something. Horse as well. I didn't realize I got a... There was another dude over in this direction. Here he is. You guys think that's him peeking right there? Honestly, I don't even know why I'm doing this. I'm gonna die right here. I can't move. Nope, don't do it to me. Oh God, bro. No campfire, dude. Where is this guy? So this dude's definitely in the bush right there. Just gonna call this right now. I don't know how that first shot didn't hit him. I guess we won't talk about it. Let's go, baby. GG's in the chat. That's what I'm talking about. 11 kills. Not too bad. Not too bad. I will definitely take that first win, though. Drop a like in the stream if you guys are new. Subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, man. I'm honestly kind of surprised. I don't know how I missed that first shot, that first sniper shot on that guy. That was crazy. I must have just been a little bit off on my aim. That felt weird because it felt like the shot was right on him. I don't know why. But subscribe to the channel if you guys are new. Make sure you drop a like in the stream as well. Seriously, appreciate the support. When you guys subscribe to the channel, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. And we're almost at 500 likes. Appreciate it. You guys are dope. What's up, Marcus? What's up, Rye Guy? So that is our 72nd solo win. Nothing crazy. I don't know how many wins that is in total. I think we're just a couple wins away from getting, from having over 200 wins, which is really cool to think about. Clutch in the chat. What's up, AC Productions? Welcome to the stream. I will drop 10,000 if you win one. I just won a game. Nice cut, Henis. Yo, thank you, Jonathan. What's up, Marcus? How you doing today? Edwin, what's up? Yeah, Edwin Games. Play with Ali. He has no idea who I am. That'd be pretty cool, though. What time is it in America? Well, America's split into 4 different time zones. The time zone that I'm in right now is Eastern time, and it's 9:40 p.m. I don't know why that was so hard for me to get out. Jesus. Everybody's in here spamming hashtag ninja. That video is getting a lot of support right now. If you guys are coming in from that video, welcome. All of you new viewers, all you new subscribers. Appreciate the support. My sponsorship ends in 2 days because my parents, hold on. Because my parents, but I will use the Amazon gift card to keep the sponsorship. Hey, I do appreciate that, man. Show your game locker afterwards? I can show you guys, absolutely. You guys think this guy's a stream sniper? I will send you a virtual hug if you win again. That's probably going to end up being the cutest thing anybody's ever sent me. For real. I need to play with Ali, eh? No. I'm good. Like, I'd be happy to play with Ali at any time, but right now I'm just doing solos. Wait, you killed Ninja? Yeah, I have a video on my channel of me killing Ninja. It's stupid. It's nothing skill-based at all. The actual fight where we exhibited skill, he killed me in the gunfight. But there was another fight where I landed on the same building as him at Tilted Towers. We both went for the same weapon. I ended up getting it a split second before he did, just because of, like, game lag or whatever. And he just ended up standing there and taking the L when I killed him. So I ended up pickaxing him. It was stupid. There was no skill involved. It's not something I can take and put in a highlight reel or anything. It's just, it was a cool video, but just because the occurrence was so weird and so rare. But what? You can see him right through the wall right there, literally. GG's. Last game you killed Ninja? No, I didn't. Like, I got that first shot on me. That was crucial. How you doing today, Alex Wood? Welcome to the stream. Henis, you are a legend. Appreciate it. Release. How long have I been streaming? Well, today I've been live for 40 minutes. I usually stream for approximately 3 to 4 hours or so. What's up, Killam Lee? How you doing today, Tristan? My goal, guys, if we can, I want to try to hit 266,000 subscribers tonight. If we could hit that, that'd be really cool. Just make sure you guys share the stream around, drop a like on it. Seriously, do appreciate all the support. Oh, show us the locker? That's right. I forgot to show you guys my locker. My bad. You killed Ninja last game? No, I didn't. Henis, play with Ninja? Ninja has no idea who I am, bro. I don't think. That'd be cool if I did get a chance to play with Ninja. Like, honestly, that'd be mind-boggling for me, just because I'm a big fan of Ninja, but... Listen, I've already made myself look like way too much of a clout chaser by tweeting at him twice after he killed me and then after I killed him, and then making a video on it. If it happens, man. I should play with Kenny. I'll play with Kenny today. Oh, that's right, Mav. I forgot to get the lava lamp, dude. Damn. Yikes. I do actually have to get the lava lamp, though. You're right. I forgot about that. You're absolutely kidding me. How did he get that weapon before me, dude? Luckily, it's a burst. Is that an actual weapon? Nope, it's not. Sick. Gotta be kidding me, bro. I'm gonna die right here. This is where I die. There's absolutely no way he looked right at me and didn't shoot me. What? Ladies and gentlemen, I should not be alive right now. How am I alive? Can we get some lulz in the chat? Please. The kid looked directly at me, I swear. Yeah, I might as well just heal up right here. Mind freaking blown, dude. I have no idea how he just walked right by me. Yeah, Jamali, there's only 23 people over in the Twitch stream. It's alright, though. It happens, man. I don't get a whole lot of crazy Twitch viewers. He just walked straight by me. I was honestly thinking in my head, I was like, there's a small chance this debate will work. As soon as I saw, like, I was hoping he's just going to break in the other direction, right? But as soon as I saw him break towards me, I was like, oh, okay, it's all over. Like, he's just going to kill me. And then this dude actually didn't even bother to turn around. That's crazy. Come on. I hate this weapon. I truly, truly hate it. He's got a scar? That's a scar. Bro, what the hell? How am I even? Oh god. There's 2 of these too? Nice, I'll definitely take that. Alright, keep killing it. Kinda want a better shotgun, to be honest with you. Ooh. I'm gonna wait for this to finish up and I'm gonna slurp this. Gotta wait till this gets to 50. You say yikes a lot? I do. What's up, Scott Palomero? Scott, Parinello, sorry. The unfortunate part is, I don't know if we'll ever run into that kid that almost killed us. I can't build. I couldn't build, bro. I couldn't build right at my feet. That's so annoying. V-Bucks giveaway? No, no V-Bucks giveaway today, man. Shoot! Like, when I'm playing in that situation, as soon as I hear him pull out his AR, I have to, yeah, I gotta build better in those situations. I should have just built a wall. All out of wood, and I was at the wrong angle. Just gotta play that better. What's up, Chicken Nuggets? You're lit. Appreciate the support, man. Appreciate the kind words. What's up, Bang? What's up, Marcus? Marcus da bomb. Can you please shout me out? Dana Scott, welcome to the stream. I gotta change my outfit. And I wish I get my item shop too. And that's how it ends. And that's how it ends, man. So unfortunate. So unfortunate. All right, let me show you guys what I got in my locker. I've really got nothing special. This is my... Whoa. What the heck? So these are all the outfits that I have. I'm gonna go ahead and change this here real quick. You can see I don't really have a whole lot of outfits. I'm gonna rock with the American one though. The Alpine one. We're gonna change the glider as well. I don't know if I ever rocked with that one. And then for the pickaxe, we'll throw on... It's on the cliffhanger for right now. I feel like that might be kind of cool. But these are... And then these are just the emotes that I've got. So it's nothing crazy. This is what I'm rocking with. Love your streams. Yo, thank you, mister. That was literally just his name, mister. Why does that sound so oddly, like, sexual when I say that? It's weird. A hook. Clap. I'll keep my same emotes for right now, I think. I got the salt one. That one's so generic, man. I really don't like that dance, to be honest with you. I like that one a lot. Yeah. I definitely like floss. I definitely like the floss. Alright. Hop into the game. When did I start YouTube? January of 2014, man. So it's been over 4 years now. How do I get bits? You can get bits, I think, from watching ads, or you can buy bits. Buy bits to donate. Did I get the free costume? No, I didn't. So apparently you have to have a PS4 in order to get that free skin. That was a voice crack if I've ever heard one. Holy crap. But yeah, apparently you have to have a PS4. You nearly 100. Damn, I'm 65. I'm a little late when it comes to the 100 party, though. There's a lot of YouTubers that are way ahead of me. Am I going to do challenges? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to do some challenges today. I've got a whole list of challenges that I want to do right in front of me right now. And we're definitely going to do some. So we did the... Yeah, I got some cool challenges. We technically did, when you think about it, we did the silence only challenge and the pistol only challenge in the video that I uploaded today. I used a silenced pistol to win the entire match. It was the, he bet money that I couldn't do this. And that video is actually doing really, really well. You guys are showing that video a lot of love, which is awesome. I thought the challenge was really cool. So, yeah. But no, I want to try to do another really cool building challenge, though, because I haven't done a building challenge in a long time. So at some point in this stream, I'm probably going to do like a stairway to heaven, do like a fortress challenge, I think. Build a fortress in the sky. What's up, Dirt Perp? Do I play League of Legends? No, I don't, Marcus. Play COD? I haven't played COD in so long. I am going to be doing zombies for you guys, and I did promise you guys I'd be doing that soon. How many YouTube channels do I have? 2. I have this one, and then I have a pro tutorials channel where I literally just upload like tutorial videos on like how to do YouTube stuff. Is it laggy to play on a laptop? It depends on how powerful your laptop is. The good news about Fortnite is, though, it's free to download, so you can download it for free, try it out. If it doesn't work, then you didn't waste any money, you know? Have it download while you're sleeping overnight, or while you're sleeping or whatever, and then when you wake up in the morning, you can give it a shot. I thought it was right in the corner. Nothing is more painful for me than getting a silenced SMG right off the bat.
Night Pro Henis UK time 2:50 a.m. in the morning.
Yo, that's late for you, man. Have a good one, brother. Appreciate you coming into the stream. Get some Devil of Death hype in the chat. Have a good one, brother. I hear a chest on the roof too, I'm pretty sure. The more I think about it, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the only person that came here, because this was sort of a weird place to go from where the storm was coming, or from where the battle bus came in from. Can't reach that from there? You kidding me? Oh, nope, somebody is here. Here we go. This is going to make things interesting. You guys ready for this? We go for the good old alley-oop. Oh, we hit the tree. Are you serious? I see him. He's right in the middle of the field. Here he is. Where was he shooting? I don't think he has any idea where I was. He's turned around. He started shooting towards the soccer field. What you doing there, little guy? Or maybe there is a guy over by the soccer field. Yeah, he's in this house right here. Throw some guesses in there. You just go for this, I guess. There we go. You need to play League of Legends? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. He's right there? Yikes. Guy looked a little confused. GG's, man. I do want to make sure there's no trap, though. He could have literally been trying to play stupid to actually fool me. And it almost... Ooh, it almost might have worked there. Do I play on PS4? No, I play on the PC, dude. I just wanted the ammo. I don't even want the weapon. 28 people remaining already? Holy crap, people drop like flies. Get to the safe zone. How you doing today, Isaac? What's up, Chad? Hey, Daddy Henis, what's up, MDG Myth? Or Myths? How you doing today, Peyton? I've always liked the name Peyton. I don't know why, I really like that name a lot. And I feel like, I don't know, 21st century, 2018, what do you guys think? Could Peyton pass as a girl's name and a boy's name? I think I've always heard Peyton as a girl's name. But I think it could be a dude's name, too. Like, especially if you spelled it like Peyton, like P-E-Y instead of P-A-Y. I feel like that's a more... Is that a more masculine way to spell it? I don't really know what I'm talking about, in all honesty. How do I get that much FPS? I have a 2-PC streaming setup, man. So I'm playing on one PC, and while the other PC does all the streaming, so I can maximize FPS. And game performance. I got a challenge for you? Alright, doing it, man. I'm going to be doing some challenges really soon here, actually. So, what we got down here? What the hell? Duration. Peyton would be a man for me? Really? That'd be a man's name? Because I've heard it as a girl's name and as a boy's name, you know? Obviously. What's my streaming PC? It's just the old PC that I used to use for like my gaming. Look at you. The hell? This is so not worth my time. It's unbelievable. You gotta be kidding me, bro. You actually gotta be kidding me. I fell off the side, man. GG's. Good fight. How did he... What I'm confused about... Like, that must have been a little bit of lag right there. Because after I boogie bombed him, he placed the wall. I don't know how he managed to pull that off. I might have just been lag or something. Shoot, GG's, though. GG's. I love your videos. Thank you. When's the next zombie stream? I'm not sure. Like, I told you guys I was going to do one soon, so I don't know if we're going to do it tomorrow or what. You were the best gamer ever? Dude, I got to be winning gunfights like that, man. I can't be losing that. What's up, Shot Vlogs? Shoot. I don't know how he managed to pull that off. Like, can somebody confirm, though? Like, was that, am I just misremembering that? Or did he place that wall after I boogie bombed him? Because when you're boogie bombed, you shouldn't be able to place stuff. So I don't know. How do you donate? There's a link in the description down below, guys. When's my next monthly giveaway? I do monthly giveaways at the end of every single month. How do you play stream on one computer and play on the other computer? So I have a capture card inside the second computer, just like if I was playing on a console. And my streaming PC can look at exactly what is on my main PC's monitor. That's exactly how it works. So it's just like if I had a console, you know, it's just like how your computer can see what your console can see, or what's on your console screen, you know. It was lag. He built. Yeah, I don't know. It's whatevs. It happens. Have I ever killed Ninja? I have, man. Yeah, it's a video on my channel. For sure. He cheated? No, he didn't cheat. What's up, my dude? What's up, Greenosaurus? How you doing today, Jack? I'm trying to go for this chest right here. Henis doesn't love me anymore? Jason, what are you talking about, man? I freaking love you, dude. Jason, you are a mod, therefore you will always be loved. Just remember that. Don't let anyone ever tell you differently. You are loved. By me. There's a couple guys in here. That's unfortunate. I couldn't get both of them. Gotta watch out for those traps. They are literally everywhere. Ooh. What? Let's try to push into Salty for now. I'm not loved by you? Raymond, you're loved by me, man. Yo, everybody who watches the stream. You guys play such an important part into why I'm successful. It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know if you guys will ever really know. Where did that guy go? He was... I literally was just looking right at him. Can't tell if I was missing all those shots there. What the hell is going on? I was going to give him a chance to heal up, though, so this is bad.
Just wanna say hi.
I can't build there for some reason. That makes sense. Oh, I'm all out of wood. Yikes, get away from me. I thought I was in, like, in the way of a tree or something, but no. I gotta get used to, like, learning how to switch to material. Because I'm just so not used to doing that. How you doing today, tryhard? Oh, shoot. I need more wood very badly right now. Timing on that is unbelievable, dude. Freaking serious, my guy? I don't have any material. That is unbelievable, dude. I'm all out of building material. That's honest. That continues to be my biggest problem. I run out of building material, and I'm like, I try to be super aggressive in these fights, and it keeps ends up screwing me over. I gotta, like, chillax. I gotta chillax. What's up, video gamer? You're a legend. Thank you. When am I gonna end the stream? I don't know. I'll play until I'm, like, burnt out, essentially. Not necessarily burnt out, but, you know. I don't really know what I could have done better there. That guy just hit me with the pump. Just the pump shotgun, man. What are you gonna do? I wonder if I should try playing on a different server. I wonder how that would phase me or fare me. The pump is OP. Pump OP, man. Like, it keeps proving itself over and over again. Don't worry, mate. Keep it up. I know. I want to get one more solo win before I do a challenge here, guys. I'm gonna try going tilted. Play on Brazilian servers? There's no way that would help me. It's so weird because I live right on the East Coast, right? Like, I live in Maine. And I don't know where the East Coast servers are based. Maybe they're based somewhere in New York or Boston. Hopefully they're somewhere central. So, like, I shouldn't have a terrible ping. But I'm pretty sure when I check my ping for NA East, I have like a over 100 ping, which is so strange. Like I shouldn't have that. It should be so much lower than that. I don't know why it's so much higher, you know? Like when you're playing on PC, for those of you guys who don't know what ping is, it's measured in milliseconds, the amount of time it essentially takes for your computer to communicate with the server that you're playing on. Jump down here, please. Damn. What's up, L Gaming? I'm gonna have to go ahead and open up a window here soon. Yo, guys, thank you so much for 265,800 subs. Appreciate the support. You guys are awesome. Let's get some 265.8K hype in the chat. Freaking love you guys. Thank you so much for the love. I gotta open up a window, man. It is so hot in here. I gotta check this. Henry, I need attention. I know, bro. So does like half of my chat. You guys are just like, yeah, okay, so it says 40 milliseconds, but then watch this. Like right in HUD here, right? Net debug stats. Apply. Like you guys can't see it because my face cam covers it up, but literally I'm looking at my ping right now. 164. 115, 119, 118. Like, maybe that's just what I'm spawning in. I don't know. But it really shouldn't be that bad. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. If you're new, make sure if you're watching on Twitch as well, you drop a like. What's up, Zoic? How you doing, man? I'm going to go ahead and play one more game, guys. And then we're going to go ahead and do some challenges. I don't know where to go, dude. You can go Anarchy. Henis, you lucky dude? What do you mean? Henis, are you still drinking sour cherry again? Oh, absolutely. What's wrong with that? Okay, my ping's going down a little bit. So that's a good sign. If I could just guarantee to have, like, endless building material. I mean, I know that's a big what if, but... Your hair looks good. I like it. Thank you, spooky girl. I just got a fresh cut today. You know what I'm saying? Gotta keep it fresh. Gotta keep it fresh. He's right up top. Whoa. His body was just laying right there. Whoa. You should do a blindfolded challenge. That would be so horrible. I don't know why you guys are always obsessed with me doing these really weird challenges that literally make no sense. I just said literally again. Where is that shotgun? There it is. Because I've been so screwed over by not using the pump, I'm going to use the pump this game. Just got home from a basketball game. KE, welcome back home, man. Yo, kick back, get yourself some popcorn, enjoy the stream. Already one win today. Gonna get the second one right here. Y'all already know.
What's up, G?
Ricardo coming in with that dono. Ricardo, thank you so much for the support. Jeremy Gonzalez also came with a 5. He said, I wanted to say hi. That was when I was in a gunfight a little while ago, I'm pretty sure, which is why I missed that. But seriously, appreciate the love, man. Come over here. Yikes. Nope. Is that a jump pad? Oh, I could have sworn I saw a jump pad on my inventory. I'm so used to having the pump, or excuse me, the tactical shotgun that I kept shooting my shot. I kept clicking, left clicking, and wondering why my shotgun wasn't going on. I was like, what the hell's going on? This had to have been the other guy that landed here. Only like 4 people in total, including me? Huh, okay. Do a quad pump challenge? I don't know if you guys understand literally how terrible I would be at that. You gotta be kidding me. I was really hoping that this grenade was gonna launch him. The dual pumps are really, really overpowered. That's why I don't like to use them. I just feel like they're not even fun. It's like if you're gonna play this game, I want like seems like to do it fair. You know what I'm saying? That's just me though. I'm not doing a challenge right now though, guys. No, I'm gonna do a challenge after this game. After this game, we're gonna do some building challenges. It's not really gonna be a challenge as much as it's gonna be like more of a fun thing to do in solos. How are you, bro? I'm doing pretty good, Heavens. Shoot. Actually, you know what? I just gotta make decisions. Gotta make decisions. You don't ask for mod, you earn it? Exactly. I wonder if I go for this drop. Henis, I was eating popcorn. James, I hope it was good popcorn, dude. There's a really big difference between good popcorn and bad popcorn, and it's really quite simple. If you eat sweet popcorn, by the way, and eat that sweet stuff, like caramelized popcorn, however you pronounce it, please don't roast me. That stuff's just bad. I'm sorry, but it's not good. Genuine buttered popcorn is the only good stuff out there. This isn't even up for debate. I'm just letting you guys know as a little bit of an insight in case you've never had popcorn before or you were debating on what kind of popcorn to get. The caramelized popcorn is just not what's up. What's my favorite part about being a YouTuber? The pursuit, probably. Like constantly working on, trying to create better content. Interacting with my stream more. Figuring out new ways to improve my videos. Small things here and there. But yeah. I should link my second channel in the description. I really should. You're right. Because I don't have it linked right now. This just makes me want to go back for all those minis, dude. I'm just going to go back and get the minis.
Can't wait to get home to catch a full stream. GTG need to wake up early for work tomorrow.
There's a guy in the water.
Have a good night and keep on making big brother.
Will do, my man. Thank you so much for the support. What's up, Fire God? Built Hollywood. Butter popcorn's the best. Oh, absolutely. Right? I love butter popcorn. Don't like the sweet popcorn. Thank you, chat. Thank you. It's like, okay, so my dad and I were in the grocery store today too, right? We were buying some stuff that we wanted to have for dinner. And we came across the olives, okay? If you're somebody who actually enjoys cheese stuffed olives, and I'm a big fan of cheese. Now, granted, I'm going to be honest with you. I've never had cheese stuffed olives, but I'm willing to venture they're just not good. There's just some things that in life that just wouldn't taste well together. It's like pineapple pizza, It's just not what's up. And cheese stuffed olives are another prime example. And I'm really sorry if I'm creating enemies right now. But I think that's just a fact. Olives are gross? Okay, well, olives are good. You're right. There are some olives that are gross. Some olives are good. Let me focus on getting this guy. you see him double pump in chat? Whoa. As much fun as that would be. I can't tell where that other guy was getting shot from. How you doing today, Sniper God? What's up, the legend? Don't forget about salted popcorn. Yeah, that's true. Salted pop and smart food. I'm really sorry because I'm sure I'm going to create some enemies here, but smart food's also not very good, in my opinion. I might have just crossed the line right there, though. I'm not a big fan of smart food. I should try to double pump. Next time I come across a pump shotgun, I'll swap it out, alright? Cut you a deal. Alright, chat. What's up, Malik? Pineapple pizza is life? Really? Like, you're saying this in an unironic way. Okay, man, you do you, you know? I do have a jump pad. Hallelujah. I like that. You know what's the bomb, guys? Not that. I also love when you have no idea where they are. That's a really cool feeling. Shots just being thrown at you. He must be sitting like completely still. He just took off like everything I have though. There's a med kit down there. That guy's a pretty good shot though. He lit his shot nicely. Jumping out. I gotta go for that med kit. Right beneath me. I didn't grab it. Where's the... What is he doing down there, bro? He's just camping. All right, we're going to do a challenge. That sucks. But Ricardo, thank you so much for your $5, dude. I think I acknowledge both of your donations. You came in with the first $2 donation and then the second $5 donation. Appreciate that a ton, man. All right, let's go ahead and do a building challenge. I'm sick and tired of this. How old am I? I'm 19 years old, man. Oh my God, Henis, you know those bags of cheese-covered popcorn you find in the stores? Cheese-covered popcorn you find in the stores? Those things are amazing. Cheese-covered popcorn. Like, the only thing I can think of when I think of cheese-covered popcorn is legitimately, like, smart food. I just got tilted towered, I know. Kid with a full shield camping underneath the basketball court. Like, huh? Alright, let's do a challenge here. So we're going to build a sky fortress. That's what I'm going for. Build the Hollywood sign. I'm just going to try to build a massive, massive fortress in the sky. That is going to be my plan. Yeah, I'm 19, man. What's up, Savage? Mozzarella covered popcorn? I like mozzarella. No lie about that. I hope nobody else comes here, dude. Can we do pickup lines? You guys can do pickup lines again if you want. Absolutely.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how good is GFuel?
On a scale of 1 to 10, it's definitely not the most amazing trick I've ever had. By far. But I like it. I actually asked myself the other day, I was like, do I drink this more of like, just because I'm sponsored by them? Or do I legitimately drink this because I actually enjoy GFuel? And the more I thought about it, the more I was like, you know, obviously, I don't think I would drink it as much as I would. Like, this is just me being real with you guys. I don't think I would drink it as much as I would if I wasn't a sponsor. But I definitely enjoy it. Like, it's not like I absolutely hate the drink. I really do like GFuel. But the fact that I drink it every single day, you know. There's few things that I drink every single day. This is the problem. I should have landed in the middle there. Got myself a weapon first. Because now I've kind of set myself up for failure here. Because now this guy's going to have a weapon and I'm not. Try to go for this shit over here. Hi, do you want to be friends? Dennis, let's be best friends, dude. I'm so down, man. I'm so down. How do I donate? Link in the description down below, L. There we go. As long as we keep our distance, or excuse me, no, we gotta get close range with this guy. Look at this. The LMG's just gonna annihilate every wall that's through here. Is that him right here? We won't talk about the fact that I missed that first shot, chat. Don't need to mention it. Hell yeah. I actually missed a shot on the guy standing still. Again, no need to mention it. Let's do it, baby. What's up, Owen? I should bathe in GFuel. We should play Fortnite together sometime. I really don't play with viewers and subscribers a whole lot. Just because I don't have a good way to play with you guys. I mean, I'm going to have a very good way to play with you guys upcoming here very soon, I'm pretty sure. Very, very soon. So. Nintendo JJ, I remember you, bro. You're a huge supporter. You missed? I know. Smash the like button and do the shotgun only challenge. I appreciate your donation, dude. I'm doing a building challenge right now. I want to try to build a sky fortress, but I do appreciate your support, man. Thank you so much for the love. Yo, let's get some Nintendo hype in the chat. Thank you so much, my man. We're just barely in the safe zone too, actually, which is really, really nice. You don't play with anyone a lot? That's not true. I play with people every day. It's just not you. Huh. Huh. Even your best friends? Damn, Jaren thinks I'm his best friend. Yikes. Just kidding. Just messing with you, Jaren. I'm not crying, you are. Was I just getting shot at? Look at them fighting all the way up there. So cute. Oh, I'm all out of wood. Alright, I'm gonna go over here to the rock hill. Yo, if you guys are enjoying the stream, though, make sure you drop a like. We've got 700 likes in the stream. Thank you all so very much for the support. I never really answered your question, Jeremy, did I? You asked me on a scale of 1 to 10 how much I like GFuel.
Hey, how you been?
Yo, Felicia, thank you so much for the donation. I seriously appreciate that. Let's get some Felicia hype in the chat. How have I been doing? I've honestly been doing pretty good, my man. I've been doing pretty good. Thank you so much for your 333. Seriously appreciate that. Let's get some Felicia hype in the chat. Thank you very much. Alright, so if we can max out on brick and wood, I should have realistically everything I need to build this sky fortress. How you doing today, Carl? What's up, Jaden? We're just barely in the save zone too, which is such a nice luxury. So I can have some more time to go get some more material at Tomato Town as well. But if you guys are just tuning into the stream now, we're trying to build a sky fortress. That's our plan as of right now. Alright, did we get all the rocks? No, there's still some more over here. We're not going to be able to get a lot of metal, unfortunately, but we can do our best. There's already 33 people left. Henry, clap if you're real. Clap if I'm real. I don't know why I clapped twice. You said clap. Hence your balls are showing. What? Dylan Bubsy says, do a no building challenge. Well, that's definitely not what I'm doing right now. But a no building challenge would definitely be interesting. You guys have been asking for like a no building challenge, a no kill challenge for so long. The only reason I'm really hesitant to do those challenges is because I feel like so many people have already done them, you know? It's like the biggest thing for me. I feel like they've already been done. I'm gonna hope this guy has some building material too. What's up, dude? Give me all your stuff. Let me take that. That's not gonna help me at all. Alright, perfect. He did not have the building material that I was hoping for. Oh, wait. Is this it down here? No, this is not. Alright, now I gotta get some more wood. We gotta get some more brick here, too. Your face is showing you're welcome. Thank you, dude. God, I let my face slip out way too many times during the live stream. Alright, this should allow us to max out on wood right here. Oh, we're so close. I kind of want to go for that drop, actually, before we hop into the sky base. There we go, max out on that. Almost max out on brick. If we max out on brick and max out on wood, I'm gonna be very, very happy. This zone is literally okay. No, perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, that's what we wanted. I definitely heard a drop coming in over here though. One of these directions. It'd be nice just to have as much material as we possibly can. Hopefully we can find some brick on our way over here as well. Unless I heard it falling on the like. Is it right above me? I don't think so. Oh, here it is. Literally right in front of me. Another dude right here. What's up, man? Look at how much health I just lost right there by missing all of those shots. Jesus. Henis. Try not to suck so much, bro. Holy Lord. Like, that was really bad. I missed so many shots right there. Alright, so I have this really, really bad feeling that the drop's in there. And that there's another dude in there, too. Ain't nobody got time for that. Well, ain't that interesting. Look at all that damage done to me. All that undeserved damage. Heal up with this first. Then we'll drink the potion, then we seriously got to get going. All right, we got a lot. We got plenty of building material right now, so we just got to start building. What's up, Tyreek? Pick of that. Pick of that. Good on that. Oh, wait. No, no, no. Give me this. Perfect. Okay. Alright, anything else we can grab that'd be fun? This would definitely be fun. Imagine if we get the chance to snipe somebody while we're all the way up there. That'd be so freaking cool. Alright, so this is the direction we want to start building in. Right here. Who's ready, chat? Gosh, we are starting sort of close to the safe zone. Sort of close. I wonder what speed this is going to start coming in at. Wait, do I have a jump pad? Oh, how dope would it be if I had a jump pad? How cool would it be, too, if we go up to try to build this and we end up trying to... getting the chance to land on a supply drop. I feel like that'd be really, really cool, too. Your aim is on point today? Thinking? No, bang. It is not on point today, dude. Don't say that. Dang, leaving the purple tack? I know, dude. I know, right? What kind of ProHenis nonsense is this? Alright, the only thing that I really hate about sprinting... and we have a med kit, but like when you reach this top of the safe zone... I'm actually not going to go all the way up. There's really no point in going all the way up. We're going to have to med up seriously hard when we get out of here. Come on, man. We're not outrunning this. Are you serious? It's going a little bit faster than this. That means we started a little bit early, actually, I think. We're almost already out of wood. Think about that, though, guys. We're already down to 200 wood. What? Oh, no. Bang, bang, ladies and gentlemen. Let's freaking go, dude. We're up here. We out here. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe if you're new. I'm gonna med up. Although it's really not gonna matter, because if we fall down and die, then we fall down and die, you know? I really don't like that there's all these sort of mountains surrounding us, though. But we have a sniper to try to snipe some people. We got a minute 19. How much farther do we have to go? Oh, God. We have been literally given the worst spot to start. We have to travel so far. That is crazy. Look at this view, though. The only thing that really stinks right now, though, is that the storm is so loud. It is like, it's the only thing I can hear. I can't hear anything else besides this storm. We're already in top 11. We got 4 kills, too. Usually I don't have this many kills when going for a challenge like this. We down there. Nobody down there. Looking good. Looking good. If you win, I'll donate 30 bucks. All right, Brian. I like the odds of that. I'm a fan of the odds. Yo, YouTube Paradox Official. Do I use Streamlabs? I do use Streamlabs, yes. Epic base, dude. Like, oh my god, so unique. Bro, I know epic bases have been done before, man. But how about a base in the sky? Why are you such a hater? I can't donate. Wish I could. No worries, man. Never be sorry about not being able to donate, guys. I know I say this a lot, but the fact that you guys contribute so much to my success. If you're in here, just watching the stream, you guys help to support. If you're subscribed, if you have notifications on, if you drop a like, that goes the extra mile too. You know. Gotta go into the brick supply now. This is so long. It is unbelievable. This may be like the longest sky base anyone's ever built. Ever. Or the longest stairway to heaven. Ever. Like, think about how much wood we've gone through. We've gone through 999 wood. And we're already down to only 600 brick. Like, that's unbelievable. And we didn't even go all the way to the top.
Tips on how to grow your
that's
channel.
Insane. Chris, thank you so much for the $2 donation, man. Tips on how to grow a channel. Be consistent. and be interactive with your audience. Those are some of the 2 biggest tips I can give to you, brother. Just really trying to stay out of the storm here. I really don't want to have to build more than I need to. Down to 200 brick. Look at this guy right here. You guys think we can snipe this guy? You guys ready? Oh, no way. We just missed that. No way, no way, no way. Alright, he's going to be looking for us. That was probably a bad idea, because now he's going to know we're up here. I hear more shots going down. Alright, there's a sniper shot going down over there. This guy has no idea where we are, though. He has no idea we're right over him. You can see he's kind of looking for us. So we aimed a little bit too low. We go a little bit higher. Wait till he sits still again. Oh, shoot, dude. This is such a bad idea. I need to kill this guy. No, I need to kill him, bro. I need to kill him. I need to kill him. Come on, please let me snipe this guy. Please let me snipe this guy. He's just trying to shoot down my base. Please don't shoot me down. Please don't shoot me down. Ooh. He's got the right height. Hopefully somebody else goes after him. I'm a little bit low right there. Just a little bit too low. I think I'm still hitting the base. That's crazy. Like, how much bullets drop is there? I can't even see him anymore. I don't know if he's moved or what. Oh, he moved. He's right down there now. Are there 2 guys shooting at me? This dude moved. He's down there now. No way. I have to go. Please don't shoot. I'm just going down, bro. Wait, oh my god, I'm all out. How am I still alive? There's no way. How is this dude not going to see me coming? There is absolutely no way. Why did I just shoot? Why did I just shoot? Why did I just shoot? Oh my god. I don't have any more building material. I can't build. I can't. I had no more building material. Out of all the things I can go to pick up, I go for the med kit, and I didn't accidentally walk over any wood there. Damn it, dude. RIP. That sucks. That really, really stinks. I love your videos. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Austin. Damn it, dude. RIP is Feel Sad Man in the chat. No way in hell you're gonna live. I gotta start being smoother with the way I move around. I don't know why I accidentally shot there at the very end. Like, I thought I was using building material, and then I guess I ran out of metal. I don't know, dude. I go for the med kit, and like, you do automatically pick up wood and stuff, and I chose the wrong path. That's unfortunate. Well, you died, true. Aw, man. RIP in the chat. What's up, Clumsy? That was such a bad attempt at a challenge. Jaren, who are you? Like, who are you? Bro, I know you're butthurt because I'm not playing with you right now. But jeez, man, show a little goddamn respect. Try again? Do we try again? It's such a weird challenge to do. I feel like... Again? I don't... Like, the more and more I try this, I don't know. I feel like I gotta do something else. Like, sky bases are cool. Lol, getting egoed by 100k channel, LMAO. I'm honestly really happy that one guy that was shooting at me wasn't just trying to shoot down my base. Like, I'm glad he was trying to snipe. What even was the challenge? No, it's not even a challenge. It's not even a challenge. It's just a video I'm trying to do. I'll tell you guys what, though. Here's what we're gonna go for. Actually, I'm gonna go right down to Tomato Town. The no kill challenge is really boring to go for, I feel. I feel like that one is just not fun to watch at all. So if we find a shotgun, I'm gonna try to do shotgun only. What's that, man? That's not a shotgun. I'm gonna pick that up just because I don't want you to grab it. Please give me a shotgun here soon. Please give me a shotgun. Oh, dude. Go to the house over here. What's up, Sammy Savage? Identity challenge. After every kill, discard your hotbar and take your enemy's hotbar no matter what. Really? See, I've heard that challenge. There's a dude in here. You literally can't make this up. See if we can get him to come out and dance with us. What's he doing? We'll see how we're testing the friendliness of Fortnite players right now. What's up, John? Gabe doesn't like you, no offense. Oh no, no offense taken. What's this guy doing? Hey, a shotgun. Shotgun only, baby. Let's get it. Woo. Definitely take that. Yo, Thor, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I really do appreciate that. Let's get some Thor hype in the chat. Wait, did I not apply that? Oh, I just applied a med. Oh, I applied a bandage by accident. I thought I was applying the potion. Rip that guy. All right, let me go for this chest, though, because this chest might give us some heals. But we're going to do shotgun only. That is the plan. Take the ammo in that. More shotgun ammo, too. Beautiful. I really need a pump, though. It's like the biggest thing I could use right now. I get some dual pump action going on. Thor, thank you so much for another $2. I appreciate that. Thor with the 1 and then... no, Thor with a 2 and then Thor with a 1. Thank you so much for your dono. Seriously, seriously means a ton. How about semi-auto only? We're going to do shotgun only for right now. Semi-auto only. Is that literally just a semi-auto sniper? Or no, like... Look at this. I have to get, like, so much closer to this guy. I'm just going to shoot to let him know I'm here. Of course, that built right behind him, bro. Like, all of a sudden, I get that range when I go to build. I thought I was going to build right in front of him. That's so weird, dude. Can I sponsor your channel? Aqua, completely up to you, man. Why did he not dance with you? I have no idea. Maybe he didn't know how to dance, or he was just going for a weapon, or he was too scared. I don't know. How did you get the music on your channel? YT Paradox. I just have music playing in the background. So I'm just literally listening to like a playlist of YouTube songs in the background. ASMR Maddie, welcome to the stream. What's up, Ryan Gata? How you doing today, Jackson? Nice shots. Trash. Trash. You got dope videos? Yo, thank you, man. Go to your locker? I showed my locker a little bit earlier. There's really nothing exciting in there. I'll try to go tilted. If we can get a good shotgun at tilted, I'll try to go shotgun only. I would dance with you? Thank you, Noah. Noah, you've shown a ton of support to the channel. You've been here for a long time. What up, buddy? What's up, the biggest Johnson? Need to find a shotgun. That's not a shotgun. What? I thought you could walk right through that. Oh, Lord. Heard a chest. Wanted to see if I could throw him back out the door. Comes in and one pumps me. He's got a scar too. Did I watch Black Panther? No, I haven't. What's up, J-Dank? Hating today, the chief. You remember Squirtle donated 100 to you? You did the math wrong? Yeah. Yes, I do. That was not my proudest moment, for sure. This is the problem, though. Like, when I go in and try to do the... Like, I gotta have a challenge in mind of what I'm gonna do. But I also don't want the challenge to be boring. Like, there's some challenges that I, like, think would be fun to do. Or that I think would make for an interesting video, but to, like, actually play them out live without any editing, I feel like they'd just be weird. So, like, the no-kill challenge is one of those, right? Like, I would literally just be sitting around, just hiding for the entire match. And maybe that would be funny, maybe not. I don't know. Supply drop only is another one that I think would be really cool and would do really well as a video. But the problem with the supply drop only one is it's just like the no kill. Like, I have to wait so long at the beginning of the match to wait for a supply drop and then go to the supply drop and hope that nobody else is going for it and they get the weapons out of it and then hope that they're good weapons and then try to win the game, you know? There's one chest. I already did that. I did one weapon. No build would just be so annoying. I did pistol only yesterday and gold only is the last one. Make up your own challenge. I did the no HUD challenge, Pluto. I've done that one. I'm just going to play a regular game for this one. Fortnite is mad lit. It's a really cool game. I like the... So, what I kind of like about it is it's a very basic game, right? Like, in terms of... Like, there isn't a whole lot to this game aside from just Battle Royale. You know, it's not like there's different... Necessarily around the clock more game modes and stuff aside from, like, just duos and squads. So what I'm kind of feeling, it's for me, what's cool is that all these, you know, a lot of content creators came up with all these cool challenges to do. And I know so many of these challenges came from like other games too, but it's just cool because it keeps the game fresh, it keeps it exciting, it gives you something to do, you know. Some dude literally didn't stick the landing. Did he go up on the chimney there or something? Is that a sniper? Oh my. Five chests only. Only open up 5 chests, Henis. No more than 5 chests. What kind of a challenge is that? If you guys got any cool suggestions for challenges you think would be fun for me to go for. Gotta be kidding me, bro. I think the first shot missed and it hit one of these pillars right here. I think that's what it hit. Maybe I'm wrong. Drink this here real quick. I can get another pump. I'm definitely gonna use that. I don't know if this guy had one though. That's a very interesting drop right there. The no guns challenge? That's like the no kill challenge. That's not really the no kill challenge. It's sort of like the pickaxe only challenge, right? Or the no gun challenge. I guess you could get kills using traps or something, you know. 1 bullet from every gun. That's actually, that's a challenge I legitimately want to do. I was talking to Dismo about that. Play some duos. Get 1 kill with every weapon in the game in 1 game. So like in 1 game of duos. It's just a little bit harder to do in a solo. I don't even know if it's possible in a solo. Like, cause you'd have to get a lot of kills in a solo, with let alone with every single weapon. Where was this dude that was shooting at me? Is he coming after me? I can't tell. What kind of phone do I have? iPhone 6S. Nothing crazy. Here he is. Not OP at all, chat. Not OP at all. Makes total sense that that's working totally as intended. Only traps? Trap only might be kind of fun. That'd be ridiculously hard, though. Getting 1 kill and using only traps. You have to be going hard. You have to get lucky. I think the biggest thing at the end of that, like, you'd have to survive until the top 2 people. And then in the top 2 people, the last guy that's alive would have to be a complete idiot, you know? Like, he couldn't even be semi-decent at the game at all. Five kills, 20 people left. What's up, David Brown? Gray only? I have done a gray only challenge, man, a comment only challenge. I have done a lot of cool challenges on my channel, guys. Like, a lot of these have already, or I've tried to do some of them. I haven't done every challenge under the sun, but I've done quite a few of them. You guys want to check out some of the challenges I've already done, go check out some of my videos. A lot of them have been uploaded pretty recently, too. So what exactly is the no skydive challenge? Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. I could have just sworn I heard somebody behind me. What's up, iHustle Gaming? As soon as you jump, pull out your glider. Really? Is that actually a hard challenge to do? Though, you know? Like, is that really that difficult? I'm running with so many things I don't usually use right now. That guy built up. I should have built a little base for myself. Outplayed. Blue burst. Blue burst is really nice. I've started to try to like practice with the burst a little bit more because the burst actually really isn't that bad. Smallest ring. I've tried to do the smallest ring before, and we didn't get to like the smallest ring ever. It got sort of close. I think we were like one or two phases, but before the smallest ring. But smallest ring challenge, that would require us to get to top 2 and then just wait. So I guess we could try to do that. We could try to do the smallest ring challenge. That might actually be kind of fun. That'd be kind of fun. I might try that because then that doesn't require. What's nice about that is that doesn't require us to play like insanely slow throughout the entire match. You know, like we can still play aggressive, and then once we get to that next level, you know, we just have to hide. That's really all we got to do. Or just wait out, you know? And it's nice if that happens, like, if the ending happens in a city or a town or in some place with buildings, because then you can hide in buildings and stuff, you know? Hey, Postal Bike, that's dope, bro. Congrats, man. That's really, really sick. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, by the way, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe to the channel if you are new. Really appreciate the support. 1 kill per gun challenge. Yeah, I'm going to try that in solos for sure. I feel like that'd be a really cool challenge to try to do. I'm gonna go for the clock tower right here. Favorite dance move? Probably the floss, in all honesty. I didn't even see the weapon. I didn't even see the weapon pop up. I literally didn't even... That dude just literally... That's a pro play right there. Going to the other side and loot it from there. That's smart. I've never even thought of that before. What's up, Brian? Combine many challenges into one negative multi-challenge. Combine many challenges into one. Like a no-kill record, that type of thing. I liked your ninja vid. Yo, thank you, Justin. What should I get, a 27-inch monitor or a 24-inch? I personally use a 24-inch just for how close it is to my face. I feel like a 27-inch would be too big. You know, like you want your peripheral vision to be able to cover the whole monitor. I feel like if it was an extra 3 inches, I don't know. I feel like that might be a little bit too big. What's my favorite sniper? Gotta be the gold bolt, by far. Or yeah, so the bolt, really. The no healing challenge would be a challenge. The no kill skybase challenge. Well, I already did that. I already built a skybase without getting any kills. What's up, Dark? Just gotta focus on the game here, man. Hi, new to the channel. What's up, Peanuts Place? Welcome to the stream. You should play with Ninja. I'd be down to play with Ninja, obviously, but I don't think he's down to play with me. You gotta be freaking kidding me, dude. Sick loot in here, honestly. Another one of these, dude. Is that above me? How do I hear that? Why did I pull out my pickaxe right there, bro? Like, why did I think that was a good move? What kind of move is that? Two-person, one setup challenge? That'd be pretty unique. Would've been really cool if I could have spotted somebody right there. You're such a loser, dude. That was a nice shot. Get out of my game, boy! No traps in here? Hell yeah. I own a bicycle? Nah, dude. I literally walk everywhere. It's actually really nice. I don't even need to. I don't need to own a car. Like, you know how much money that saves me every month? Pretty nice. Alright. This guy was killed, but not looted. Is it the guy who killed him was far? Focusing on getting the win. What the hell, bro? Jack!
Love you, Dad.
Yo, I freaking love you too, dude. Thank you so much for that generous donation, brother. Holy crap, that's a $68.18 dono, my man. Wow, I did not play that very well at all. No worries though, because we got the kill. I don't know why I'm so terrible when it comes to just swapping weapons back. But yo, let's get some Jack hype in the chat, bro. Holy crap, thank you so much for that very generous donation, my man. Really, really means a lot, brother. Woo-wee. Let's get it, baby. Whoa. Damn, we almost literally got...
Hope y'all win that game.
Well, do I have much of a choice now?
So much money.
Dude, up in that base right there. That is literally god-awful. But best gamer alive, thank you so much for that donation, dude. I seriously appreciate that, man. Which one you guys think? Who's in this one? Yikes. Sorry, bro. That's one way to get him. Don't have time to deal with people like that, bro. We don't have time. No time in the world. I hate Wailing Woods finishes, if you guys couldn't tell. I like that. I like that. Shots discharged over here. Let's get up on the high ground. But yo, do we have a best gamer alive in Jack donation? Well, no, because if it was a donation war, then best gamer alive would have come in with a higher donation. Here he is. Woo-wee! Another jump pad. No, no, no. You can't catch me like that, gingerbread man. No, no, no. Good attempt, though, bro. Good attempt. You almost had me. Legit, you almost had me. I almost walked right in there. Yo. I'm just backing up. As much fun as that looks, to engage with. Gonna pass. Yikeroons, baby. Alright. Who's ready for the dub, ladies and gentlemen? What? We are literally killing it right now, boys. You guys want to go for the smallest circle challenge? I vote we do it. I don't think this guy's extremely aggressive. Maybe he's camping in the trees or something. But hey, if I'm not going after him, he's not going to come after me. I hope anyways. But let's try to make this a smaller circle we possibly can. I feel like we have a really good shot at that because it's going to be really hard for him to look up. So we're just going to try to do our best to cover all of Wailing Woods. We got plenty of building material, so we should be fine. What headset do I wear? These are HyperX Cloud 2s, man. Love these. 13 kills. Let's try to do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Yeah, let's get it. Smallest circle challenge. It's not really a challenge. It's just, well, it's sort of a challenge mixed with a little bit of luck. You just got to really hope that the last dude doesn't try really hard, you know? So we can just play as, like, literally super passive. That's going to be the best advantage we'll have because you can tell this dude's playing passive. Yo, Kenny, I'm down to do duels, man. Absolutely. Keep thinking I see him. What? Okay. I think I'm in the safe zone. You guys think that's where he is? Can't be. Ooh, yikeroons, ladies and gentlemen. Come Discord when you win. Alright, got you. I'm not gonna start building just yet. Still got a little bit of a ways to go. And the good news is too, once this gets really, really small, like we have medkits to heal ourselves up, so we should be able to win this for sure. My guess is that he's in the woods somewhere, or maybe he's even in a tree. If he's in a tree, may have a better advantage. What's up, FaZe Noob? If you guys are just joining the live stream right now, we're trying to do the smallest circle challenge. We're in this game with one last guy, 1v1, trying to wait him out, and we're going to try to see if we can trap him in the storm below us and see if we can wait him out. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you drop a like, subscribe to the channel if you're new as well. We are less than 50 subs away from 266K. Thank you so much for the love and support today. When you guys do drop a like as well, you'll see the live like count go up in the lower left-hand corner. We're less than 80 likes away from 1,000 likes. Appreciate the love. Skybase to heaven? No, I'm not doing a stairway to heaven now. That'd be silly. Building right over the trees, though, is going to be super nice because then that'll break all of our fall damage. I think we are in the safe zone right here. That's the coolest part. Actually, wait, hold on. No. You're bad, bro. He's in a bush, bro. Look at him. He's a little bush. That's so cute. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. He's just gonna keep hiding, man. We know he's a little bush now. That's so cute. Alright, we just gotta really, really pray that we can wait this guy out. I really hope he's not too aggressive. I hope he waits for as long as he possibly can. Now we at least know where he is, though. Look up? No, he's down below us, guys. He's in a bush. He's right down. I think he's right down near the base of this tree right in front of us. I can see him. Yeah, he's sitting right behind the bush. So, we know where he is. And we have a jump pad, too, actually, so we can place this. This next circle is going to be really, really small. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is it. This looks so sick. There he is. He's literally right beneath. Look at him just waiting for us, bro. He's just sitting there looking. I don't know if he's got a sniper or what. I'm actually gonna try this. Make this even more secure. Oh my god. I don't know if this actually does anything, but I'm thinking maybe if we just link these onto each other, maybe it'll take longer for him to shoot it all down, you know? And metal is pretty hard to break too. Keep it coming, man. Keep it coming. He's literally right below us. I'm not going to no-scope him, guys. I'm going to try to literally wait him out. Look at how small this is. This is the smallest storm I've ever been in, by far. I literally can't even see. Alright, hold on. Just for the lulls, we're going to put this down right here. That looks so cool. 34 seconds. That looks so unbelievably sick. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff, man. This next circle is going to be the smallest one, I'm pretty sure. This is just going to keep closing in. I've never done this before. Alright, 4 seconds. Alright, I think this is just going to keep closing. It's getting so small, bro. What the heck? No. I gotta start waiting till I'm losing damage. Okay. And start meting. Here we go. This should help. This should help. This should save us. He should die first. He has to, unless he's meting. He can't be that smart of a player, though. Let's go, dude. Oh my god, that's so awesome. We lost him in the storm. That is literally perfect. The smallest circle ever in Fortnite, ladies and gentlemen. GG's. Drop a like on the stream if you guys are new. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That is so awesome. First time ever doing that. 13 kills, too. I mean, it kind of stinks that we didn't get the 17th kill, but that's still cool. That's awesome. That's so dope. GG's in the chat, guys. GG's in the chat. Oh, man. What's up, Gas Man? Welcome to the stream, buddy. Appreciate you coming in. All right, I'm going to hop into Discord with Kenny here, and let's get it.
I'll laugh the bush guys doing the same thing.
Yo, yo, yo.
GG!
Hello.
GG.
Bro, I didn't know you were doing the small circle challenge. I was like, yeah, guys, it'll be like 2 minutes. Literally like 15 minutes later, you're just healing in a storm.
Yeah, sorry. Are you guys still waiting for me?
It's alright, it's alright. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I moved you guys
We
on.
were
fine.
just sitting there watching you and like commenting on your logic.
I don't know
That
if...
was really smart with the campfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, putting down the... Yeah, well, one of my viewers said that in the chat, so I got to give all the credit to him. But then, like, I knew that I had to start medding as soon as the gas hit and as soon as I started taking damage. Because if I didn't, then I was
Have the
screwed.
campfire, you wouldn't have been able to get your med kit off.
Right. Exactly.
Stampede. Yo, I watched the Manji yesterday, like the original one. So good.
It's so good, yeah. I haven't seen the new one yet, but I'm weary.
Just shadow played that. Whoop, whoop.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're
NVIDIA
Oh my god, I just got the big head glitch. I just saw someone's head through my screen.
No.
Yeah.
That's...
Oh, so it's a big head. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I thought it was just like the sky glitch or something.
It's the, basically it's like the outer skin layer of someone's body basically becomes massive. And it's usually just the head.
Yeah.
That's so funny. I want to see like a bear do that.
That's
Like
like...
a giant pink bear. That'd be sick.
All the blow-ups that I've seen of the person's head, though, it's always been like the normal skin. Like without any actual...
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know if
I
it...
saw it with the Dark Knight.
My scroll wheel worked. Oh no!
Did
I don't
it-
get it. What mouse are you using?
I
Are we
broke my G403 scroll wheel.
Are we going tilted?
going?
Tilted?
Okay.
It's marked.
I can't see my map, dude. My middle mouse button. Oh, there it is. I'm back.
How the hell did you break it? You just smashing it, playing COD or something?
I was playing Minecraft. I don't want to talk about it.
Damn.
Competitive esport Minecraft.
Competitive esport Minecraft.
What building?
I can jitter click at like 15 frames clicks per second or something.
15 frames a second.
Yeah.
Yo, Lake, I checked out your channel, by the way.
Oh really? It's
yeah.
scrappy, isn't it?
No, I was actually laughing at your the voice changer video. It was your trailer video on your channel.
The voice
Oh,
changers
yeah.
are so good. Like you need
Yeah.
more of those.
That was
but
really fun to watch.
If I'm
I
gonna
bet
be
it takes
honest, it's like-
forever.
yeah, it's like 45 hours to make one of those videos. And
Hey guys, Henis is dead.
I don't want to talk about it.
yeah, it
He's
takes like
like-
40 plus hours to make one of those videos. It's like 6 minutes long.
I'm
It's
a-
like,
Well, yeah, I can imagine the editing must be insane on videos like that. You know,
yeah.
must take so long.
They're fun though. They're so fun. Like when I'm making them, cause like I don't have my mic hooked up, I'm laughing my butt off.
Arse off.
Yeah.
PG stream, let's go.
Well, I forgot that we have a YouTube streaming now.
What? Somebody's streaming?
Who is?
I don't know.
Are you guys fighting people?
Oh my god, he's one shot. He had full shield.
Good comms. Good comms.
Good stuff,
Got him!
Kenny. Good stuff.
I didn't even know you were fighting. You didn't say anything. I was over here breaking
Well, I
walls.
should've, but he had full shield. Like I got him. I had no shield. He had full
Nice.
shield, and I got him down to like 2 HP. So.
Dude, the pump is good. I just gotta get the timing down because I keep on trying to shoot it like too quickly.
Right, I do the same
Yeah, I
thing.
always tell everyone just take a breath before shooting it. That's all
Yeah.
it takes. You just gotta line up your shot.
Ah, shoot.
Exactly.
By that point, by that
What if you're like panicking hardcore?
right. In all those situations, I panic too hard, and I lock up, and then that's why I can't use it.
We're used to this pressure.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, good luck. Don't die. I'm coming in. Where are you?
I'm coming.
I want the world to know. Oh, I got it with my trap.
Hey!
It's
I
a
love
bag.
doing that. I saw what you do with the trap. I love doing that, where you place like the ceiling and then you place the trap.
Bloom is the loneliest number that you're dead. I'm dead.
Oh!
GG. Well played. You placed it. You
I was gonna say if you hit that, I'll donate $100, but you didn't.
I did.
Fuck you.
Hey! Oh god! He's not muted! Nate! Hey, this is on YouTube. You can't say that.
Oh, sorry.
Can we get a ball? Your balls are shown in chat, please. Everybody spam it, dude. He's gonna be so triggered. Oh my god. First you drop the F-bomb, then his balls are showing. Unbelievable. Where did he go? Did he just like leave? Yeah, he's gone.
I have-
Kill him, kill him, kill him.
Did he pick up my shotgun? Why'd you take my shotgun?
I don't know how I feel about the new sound, to be honest. Oh, game man, that guy, right in front of you, game man him. Just be him.
Just be him.
He's on the floor. Just ruin his day.
Henis, are you back yet?
Yep.
If you get demonetized, just know that it was not intentional.
What happened?
Did you wash your hands?
Yeah, of course. What do you think I am? Some sort of
But your balls are
savage?
showing, so you gotta make sure.
Oh, true.
Henis, you need to get that low stream delay setting on, bud.
Nah, dude. I like the.
This
Cause
guy seriously just run away from me.
I know.
No, not
On
the extremely low one, but the low one.
Oh yeah.
That's what I used to
like
use.
5 seconds.
Ultra low buffers for like everyone on mobile. It kind of sucks.
Yeah, I bet. You gotta have like god tier internet.
The reason I use
I
this
hope
one
you
is.
wash your hands, string cheese boy.
Oh, I did. The reason I. The F word was said, chat. Oh god.
Oh, what?
What?
Record his Twitch channel at 8G. Just kidding, don't do that. I'm getting emoted first. Hey, are you still alive?
Yeah, I'm trying to kill everybody.
He said,
And my game alt tab.
Oh my god, there's somebody in my chat called My Secret Lover. Who do you think it is?
that is a well-known Twitch viewer over here on the TV and Kenworth Twitch
Really?
TV channel. Yes.
Oh,
you are in
well,
the presence of greatness.
They did say
You should
apparently
be-
your balls are showing, so that is definitely one of
Damn
your
it.
viewers. That
Damn
kind of gave it away.
Guys, come on, secret lover, what are you doing? Come on.
I literally look over at Discord and I see her in Discord.
No, but like the reason I use the normal latency one is because I think it affects resolution. If you use lower latency, I think it affects like I think I've noticed that the stream quality actually looks better if you use a different latency. If you use latency that's not as like quick.
It does. Oh my god, no wonder I'm playing so crappy. I'm capped at 60 FPS. Oh my god.
Like,
What? How could you not notice that? What are you, a console player?
I thought I
What?
was, but like I thought, yeah, oh, so much better. Oh, I love my 240 hertz.
Oh, God.
340? Good lord! He's in the future, brother!
So this is gonna sound like a really newbie question. I use a 144. Can you actually tell a difference between a 240 and a 144?
I don't
heard
know.
it's, like,
I
really
upgraded
small.
from a 60 to a 240, and it's just like.
Oh well, yeah, I can
my
imagine that
God.
difference
Alright,
is
guys,
crazy.
Greasy.
All right,
Retail.
wait,
Can I make it?
Greasy.
I'm Greasy?
Greasy.
I'm down for greasy. I'm like half Italian, so I'm down.
Ooh.
Who streams on YouTube
Puppuccino.
anyway? Am I right? Yeah, dude.
Whoa.
YouTube streaming? What?
Hold on. Wait a second.
Hold up.
Hold up.
Wait a
Yeah.
A little love in it.
Hey, you wanna play Roblox with me tomorrow?
I think I'll pass.
Henis, stop talking bad about console players.
Yeah, stop.
Give me something good to say about console players then.
Bro, you played
getting
console
60
for like
FPS.
all of Call of Duty. What do you mean?
Listen, dude.
I mean, they're getting 60 FPS soon. That's something good, right?
Guess so.
I have good news and I have bad news.
What's the bad news?
Oh my god, he's gonna kill me!
I don't have a weapon yet.
Sorry.
I'm
You're on
literally
your own.
only finding ammo. There we go. I got a green pump.
I have max shields, but I have no weapon. That's the good
I
news. and
didn't
bad news.
find.
And I also have a mini. I'm coming to you, and
What? I hear this.
shotgun
Wait.
for me or something. Oh my god. Yeah, it's so
I'm
much smoother
going
now.
to bed.
I can
Now
really
it's
outgun everyone.
11:39
Yes.
where I am by.
Funk Dragon, thank you so much for your 2. And thank you very much to Michael Vlogs for your 2 as well. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much.
Get a face cam? Never.
I bet Nate's a girl.
You need a voice changer for all this time.
Henis, I have gift for you. If you
Oh.
come downstairs.
What is it? Wait, don't tell me. I want to be a surprise. Is it a purple tactical SMG?
No, but that thing's amazing.
Oh.
I'm not gonna lie, it's like my new favorite weapon.
Is it actually? I said that entirely sarcastically.
No, it is. Well, you know they buffed it, right?
A
The
bit.
whole entire tactical SMG.
I thought
They
they
increased the damage.
aren't they
and
taking it
also
out of the
increased
game,
fire rate.
or what are they taking out of the game?
They took the normal SMG out of the game.
Ah, okay.
Listen, this
Yeah.
is the tactical SMG now.
That's-
Those guys are all dead.
Is it accurate?
Guys, come here, come here.
Yeah, it's so
Come here,
good.
come here. I captured a pet. I wanna show you.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I captured him. Come here.
Is he cute?
Did I not?
Come here, hurry. You gotta hurry. I don't want to
Okay.
die. You might die. Come.
Coming.
I got
Alright,
heal,
guys.
so
Be
you
nice
do
to him.
you.
His name's Freddy. Freddy, come here.
Look at him. Oh,
Freddy!
why,
Wait,
dude?
shots?
I'll go first.
I'm ready! Oh, new
There's
pet,
another
new
one
pet, new
close
pet.
to the.
Yeah,
to the
close him in,
right.
close him in, close him in. Oh,
No, Freddy! Oh my god, I'm
He just
sorry.
got
dude.
quick scoped in the face. Lol.
yeah, let me grab that grab that AR first. Yeah, there we go.
Shield. I have a shield here. I'm dropping.
Who threw the grenade?
I bet it was
Who threw
Nate.
it? Who threw the grenade?
I got bandages for you, Kenny, if you
Hey,
need
how
them.
could you throw that grenade?
It wasn't me. Watch the stream. Watch the VOD.
I'll have you guys know that was Freddy.
Okay, you need bandages? I got you.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Fight for it. Fight to the death.
Oh, okay. I won.
Or
Dude, did you just see that edit on make that door? That was insane. Holy.
Hey, next time, can you learn to shut the door?
God, that was
Trying
crazy.
to ill here. What the?
Oh, there's
Close
a
the
sniper
damn
over
door!
here.
Darn
take
door,
it.
sorry.
is damn really a curse word?
I don't
My
think so.
my chat gets mad at me when I say God damn it. Like,
Oh yeah, that.
that's
that
that actually triggers
I
me.
never wanted to say this because, you know, like, to everyone to each their own, but that word is probably the most triggering word for me.
Really?
Yeah, and I
As
say
a,
that a lot.
as a Christian, it's like the worst word you can say.
I mean, I went to like a private Christian school and I say this all the time.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, to each their own, you know, like, everybody say whatever you want,
Yeah, exactly.
but yeah.
It's alright. I'm trying to stop saying it. Like,
No, I'm so used to Nate saying it that doesn't even, like, bother me anymore.
What? Sorry.
Nate was born in hell.
Anybody have any minis by chance? Just one mini?
I dropped one back at the house. I don't know if anyone picked it up.
All right.
Yeah, I picked it up and used it.
All good. I got a full one, so
Blake,
I'm gonna slurp
how much do you
slurp.
love me?
What'd you get me?
It depends.
Crossbow?
How much do you love me?
Crossbow?
Maybe. Do you want a crossbow?
Pump shotgun? Green pump?
Just come here.
Launchpad?
Henis, that's not a good word.
Oh!
Guys, like, I'm really not trying to...
Kenny.
Here's the thing, chat. If the worst thing I say in my stream
Hey, Lake,
is God damn it,
how much more do you love
then
me?
I have a really good stream. That's all I'm gonna say.
Never mind, I can't open my inventory. The game won't let me anymore. I can't press tab.
Sad face.
Let's
Somebody,
go.
did anybody clip Freddy? Oh, you did. Thank you, Brad.
Shifty shafts.
Never forget. Oh, I can open it again.
When am I gonna
Like-
play battalion? I don't know, dude.
I have 3 more impulse grenades. You want them?
Oh my god. How'd you get 3 more?
I'm a looting god. Actually, I'm gonna keep them because I only have a SMG.
Okay.
Nate, I have a
What
first aid for you.
SMG?
Purple tag?
Purple tag? Oh, lucky. I got a blue.
Can't give you too much now.
Henis has the freedom to
I
say.
literally have 3 of these grenades, dude. I am so excited.
Dude, the impulse is like my favorite thing they have out of the game.
It's
Yo, I
so
literally
much
don't have
fun.
an AR. Does anybody have an extra?
Nah, I, only got,
Literally
I can give you a purple pistol if you want that.
No. I'll
No?
just use this. I don't really have the ammo for it.
Okay.
Well, there's
I
chests
literally
here.
have no material.
This isn't looted, so.
I think I literally see some more impulse grenades over there.
Oh my god. Like, do people not use them?
Oh, no, wait. They're only spawned in chests. Never mind.
Yeah.
It literally looks like one. Denied. Oh, it's a blue AR! Holy papa.
What? He said what?
I literally just found a blue AR floating there.
There's guys south.
Oh my god, I
There's
just got a blue
two.
burst. If anyone wants a blue AR, I'm leaving it here.
I'm good.
Leave it here.
I'll take my
Like,
green one.
You're on the other side of the planet.
Bruh, it's okay. I'm solo player.
Oh my god.
Nate, were they at this broken house right up here?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
literally
think,
don't see
I think
them.
they're going there now. I only saw
Blue tag
2.
over here.
Oh, I see one. Yep. Right out front. One right up top here too.
I totally missed him.
Wait, you left? You left
Knocked
the
out.
purple?
One's
Oh
knocked.
my god.
I did on.
Kenny?
Oh, sorry. Did you get it? Did you get it?
Well, I don't have it for 6 worth.
Ooh, I got a
So
jump. I got a jump
good.
pad.
It hits like 44 headshots. Oh. Goodbye, Nate.
No way. What just happened?
Did you,
Oh, there's another guy, another
cross
guy.
The map with the grenade?
What? Bro, he's right by the tree, right by the tree. 105, 105, to your left, to your left, to your
Flanking,
left.
I'm flanking.
Bro.
Protect.
His teammate's crawling to him right now. Right behind the tree, right in front of you, where the crawling teammate is. He's right back there. Oh, the storm too. Here, Kenny, I'm dropping down over here, right over here.
Wait, 'cause
I didn't know that was the edge of the world.
Wait, you block? Oh my god.
I impulse grenaded him off the map.
Bro, I'm gonna have to see a clip of
I'm
that.
so sorry, dude.
God damn it, dude.
I was just like, oh, this will be fun. I'll just launch him towards the house, and he flew off the map, dude.
Yo, Kenny, use an impulse.
I was
If I was paying
wondering.
attention, I probably could have built and stopped myself, but I was looking at chat.
I was wondering why he didn't like. I was like, why didn't he go down? Like, what happened? Just instant died.
Oh my god, dude. I'm so sorry, Nate. Forgive me, dude. I'll like sub to your Twitch channel.
I literally left Kenny's stream and came here. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Well, now you're gonna watch Kenny.
I mean, who doesn't mind watching better footage? You know what I mean?
Wow.
It's true.
He,
This game.
he kills you, and then he has the nerve to say that. Oh my.
Dude, I subbed to his Twitch channel. I could say what I want.
Kenny's on another level today.
Hey, Henis.
Hey, by the way, I have a jump pad, so if you guys
I
want to
literally
come
don't
back
wanna
in.
hear it.
Did you just say literally? I literally,
Literally?
dude. I was talking to my dad today. My dad shut me up mid-sentence and said, "You said literally. You say literally too much." I was like, "Really?"
Have you not heard me the last 10
Literally,
minutes?
You say literally
Welcome
too
to
much.
the
Yo, Henis,
salty
right here.
spittoon.
I
How
got
tough
double
are
gift
you?
for you.
Henis, someone told me in my
You got
chat to
something
do
for me?
that, and I've been saying literally like 100 times.
Ooh, I had to make sure there was no
Holy
trap.
moly, look at all this stuff.
It's a trap.
That's what I honestly was waiting for. Did you just act? Is this actually happening? Is this a thing? Got blown into the corner.
Did it use it though?
Kenny's unironically actually using it. Yeah,
Yeah, I literally just use it.
literally.
No, but did it like not use it when I pushed you with the impulse grenade?
No, it didn't use it whenever you hit me with it.
Yes, dude, that's such a smart tactic then. If you get an impulse grenade and you see someone or hear someone drinking that field, oh my god. Henis?
I mean, if you're close enough to throw the
Here,
impulse
I
grenade,
got
you might as well just shoot
a
it.
jump pad. What's happening? Another one right over there. Don't do it, Kenny. Kenny,
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
Kenny, don't take that. Kenny, don't take that. No! What? Oh my god, I kept pressing G by accident. Get it!
Aww. Okay, I got one more. I'm not gonna use it.
Yeah, wait. Oh, here, I don't know. I don't even need that.
Here, I got a jump pad. Oh my
Psych!
god. I hate you.
I'm just kidding. Here you go. I
Right.
literally just dropped it.
I use my jump pad here in a second.
Who's dead?
Cause we gotta go.
Nate.
It ain't bad. It's not it.
Alright, I'm gonna get wood from this tree and then we're going.
Bro, to be fair, when he was going down for a while.
Yo. Hey, Bob the Dino. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub, man.
like
You
went
just kept
flying.
going. Like I saw you at the bottom
Here,
of the
guys,
map. And you
guys,
just
right back
kept
here,
going.
right back here, right back here, right back here.
It's
No, we
because
don't
I
need-
was
no,
like
don't use it,
sliding
don't
down
use
a
it, don't
hill.
use it.
I got two.
Guess what?
Oh, you did. Oh, you gotta say that, bud.
Wait, can I not? Oh,
You
it's
literally
come
didn't
on.
even say anything.
Yes, I said I had two.
I've literally been listening the
All
whole
I heard
time.
was one. All I heard was one. So I was like, ah.
Blake, please don't do it.
I was contemplating it.
I just know. I was like, he's
I was
about to
sitting
impulse
there and I
grenade
had it
all
in
the
my
way
hand.
back.
I'm like, should I just like impulse grenade him out of the map and like maybe kill him? You know?
Ooh, how convenient is
Stupid teddy
this?
bear.
What's wrong with my teddy bear?
God, can you guys do
We're
something
safe.
interesting?
Sorry. I used up all my wood.
Sorry. Yay.
Yeah, I don't got much wood either. I don't
Hey,
have big
Peter.
mats.
Damn, somebody just said, Kenny, jump off the map or kill yourself because you be wasting. Damn, how's it feel to get roasted?
12, by the way.
Oh, by the way, haha.
Haha. That's not
I
gonna be
really
out.
wish that YouTube would have like mobile emotes.
Right?
Or just emojis.
Dude, I've contacted and asked so many people about that. They said that's something we plan on bringing soon. The infamous soon.
Soon. Oh, we're gonna fix that soon.
Right, don't worry.
Hey, I bet if
just saw
Logan
shots
Paul
flying
asked, it
across
would have
the
been there
sky.
by now.
It's like, wait, what year is it? Expected by 2022.
I see shots flying across the sky, and I don't even know what they're for. It's like a crossbow, but it's going from the middle of nowhere to the middle of nowhere. I don't think they added shooting stars, did they?
Oh crap.
That was in the latest
Not
patch,
to my
dude.
knowledge.
I see him coming out of Tilted Towers. He's got the PlayStation skin on.
Oh, shots over here.
Yeah.
Dusty.
Okay, so we have a team coming
Absolute.
behind us, and-
Hold on. They're building up. I am actually so screwed.
He's in the bush. Freaking Slav, dude.
What? Are you kidding me?
Tree.
Got one down, dead.
He's so weak up here, bro. They're gonna
Oh,
both
Henis,
kill
you're over
me.
here? I thought
What
you were
the
in
hell?
Tilted.
I didn't know he was over
Henis,
there
are
either.
you safe?
Does that answer your question?
Henis was in Tilted.
Damn, he was super far away.
Yeah, I mean, I killed one at Tilted, so they're not gonna push right away. Maybe.
Oh, baby. Dude, you guys
Just
literally
block-
can't even
block
kill
my
me.
AR.
Worth it.
Yeah, just keep going.
Not like this. You come down from there now, you hear? Wait, what?
I just lasered my head.
Oh, that was so.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. This guy's actually the best builder in the game.
Yeah, that guy is insane.
That's gonna come back out and kill you. Oh god, I thought it
What?
was.
Oh,
I'm
it's
dead.
attached to the bottom? Yeah, he's on you.
I need help.
Build. I'm drinking.
I'm building. I'm dead.
No!
That guy was the best player I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that guy's building was pretty nuts.
I deserve to die. No!
Where was that
How did that
shot?
miss, dude?
Not
That's what
like
I'm
this.
saying.
GG's.
I have one impulse grenade. Come
Feel
on,
it.
peek it. I know you're right there. I can see your stupid fluffy pink hair.
Did you put a roof on it?
No.
Bruh.
Get him, Blake. I'll give you $1 if you push.
Oh, shoot.
That's fun. I'll ask it.
Oh, dang it!
That would have been
I wanted to hit one good shot, dude.
That would have
Coming
been
up behind me too.
literally amazing. Rip.
Looks like Nate. Oh, I gotta watch that clip again, dude. Someone
One day
titled
I'm
it
gonna
by
hit
Nate.
an insane shotgun shot like that midair.
Yeah, that'd be
That
nuts.
is so bad, dude. No, iTunes, I don't want to update. Please stop asking me.
Rip, dude.
That was the best thing ever, dude.
Kenny, did you upload that 34 kill game yet?
The what?
The 34 kill game?
Which one?
After Henis left?
I don't know. Oh, with Casper?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Bruh, I was looking at the footage. We did some nasty plays in that.
I almost had my kill record that game.
How do you donate? There's a link in the description down below, my man.
Death. Oh yeah, hilarious.
Appreciate all the support. You guys are insane. Make sure you guys drop a like in the stream, subscribe if you're new. Really do appreciate the support, guys.
Salty?
Thank you all so much.
Or Salty yet?
I'm down to go
Oh,
salty.
shit, yeah.
Salty's gonna have more people probably. More noobs.
Oh shoot.
Oh, cool. I have the building glitch that they were supposed to fix. Yay. Random
I have it?
clicking noises from it trying to place in the sky.
You sound triggered. Are you triggered?
Yes.
Are you
I hate the
triggered?
sound glitches in this game.
Are you
Out
triggered?
of all glitches, the sound glitches are so annoying.
My favorite glitch is whenever you impulse grenade your teammate off the map. I'm so sorry, dude.
Oh my god,
feel
I'm
like-
like instantly trying to build. Okay, it fixed.
The guy landing
House
here
reminds
was
me of
that-
Freddy, guys.
Hey, yo, what's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Is that Mike Hunt?
What's up, Mikey Mike?
Hey, that is the Mike.
Yo, what's up, Mike? How you doing, bud?
Totally PG, by the way. What's the name? You good? You good?
What's
I-
up, baking?
Are you done?
Oh.
I found me a new Freddy. What's up, Freddy? Oh, Freddy, watch out! This guy literally came up in this attic and broke the chest. Freddy.
What a
three people
noob.
Down there.
Who
Henis,
does
there's
that?
3 people down there. Watch out.
3 people? Okay. Yeah, I just heard a trap go off in there too. Yeah, they're shooting at me. I can't build. There we go. Now I can.
I knocked one. Knocked one. Pushing.
Okay.
He's left side where the bathroom is, top floor.
Come here, Freddy.
I'm coming, boys.
I'm just gonna knock down that wall where that guy is. I hit him several times. He's on top floor.
I don't have a shotgun.
He's
Yeah.
inside. Oh, I can rush him with the shotgun.
Watch out, there's a trap right under there.
Yep.
Guys, I think Freddy's sleeping right now. Alright, he's gonna
Knocked
bed
out,
dog.
bottom
Out of
floor.
ammo. Out of ammo.
First floor. Yeah.
Yep. Out front.
Knocked
out
out.
front.
One more. Where's a trap?
You guys want it?
Yep. Oh my god, I didn't get any of those kills because they rezzed them. I hate you guys.
R.I.P. Feel
That's a
sad.
rip.
You're welcome.
Guys, Freddy came to my house, went in the attic, broke the chest, and then died. Not clickbait.
That's not good manners right there, is what that is.
Literally about to title this video, worst player I've ever seen in my life.
I didn't get any of that loot.
And then make a clickbait title of him walking out of the storm.
Oh yeah. And like arrows and like gravity.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, dude,
And,
if you
and then I just need some boobs on the thumbnail. That
honestly, the way I've seen it, I think arrows equate to like per 1,000 views. So if you use 3 arrows, you're guaranteed at least 3,000 views. So the way I see it.
oh my god.
Wait, that
I'm
doesn't
just
make
gonna-
sense because like I used 1 arrow with the video.
Yeah.
Wait a
You know?
minute. Hold on a minute. What's going on?
Depends on certain sub tiers too. If you're like Ali A,
The hell?
Oh my
Get
god,
thrown
I need
in
help,
there.
I need help. On me. I'm dead.
Where
I'm
are
dead.
you?
I'm dead.
I see. Yeah,
Build.
we're really far away. We're coming though.
Oh shoot.
Try to stay alive.
Knocked one.
You're a god. On the roof.
Hit him again. I think his shield's almost
Oh, he's
gone.
on me. He's double pumping.
No, real friend.
And his name is Roblox. Okay, I'm uninstalling my Windows 10. Delete System 32.
Pink guy to go. Oh, he's down.
Dude, my shots just aren't hitting this guy.
Can I call this
I'm
guy
down behind
Freddy?
you.
I BM'd one of their teammates. I'm happy.
Oh, that's probably why they killed you.
I gotta
It was
make.
so bad too. Like,
I gotta
you
make it
couldn't
for
think
you.
I was
Friend.
jumping around.
No problem, man. Am I getting shot at right now? Hope not.
I sure do feel like I'm getting shot at, that's for sure.
Whoa, what the heck? There you go.
My bad.
Did you just shoot at me after I rezzed you?
When you're ready, holler at your boy. I got you a campfire.
Oh, I would
Alright.
like some shield, if possible.
I don't have any of that.
What?
I drink it.
Neither do I.
You call yourself?
Do you have an office that you like read from? Because that place looks like an office.
It's like a study room, is what it was called in my apartment when I bought it.
Oh.
Yeah. Hi. Can I help you?
Oh.
Campfire, Nate. Oh, you're full. Never mind.
Ooh, yeah. This is so cute what we're doing right here. Oh,
I know, dude.
Honestly,
we should
that
a
dance
bonding
is my favorite
experience.
dance that they've ever had.
Yeah.
yeah, it really is.
Nate, you got it? Oh, wait.
Actually, hold on. I'm gonna grab this.
Hey.
I thought you were grabbing the golden pistol. I have 2 bullets for it. Okay, dropping this.
I got the green burst. We're rocking with it.
Watch out, you guys. You have dunked these nuts in the game and he's shotgunning everyone.
Damn.
He's
Okay.
gonna be double pumping, guaranteed.
All right.
Oh, that's the thing now.
Is that chest up there looted? I can't tell.
No thanks.
Hey, that's my tweet. Don't hit my tweet like that.
Wait, I think I just saw a building inside the building.
Building inside the building? Which one?
Yeah, right underneath you.
Dude, you think you're funny? Oh my gosh. Watch this crap. Bam! Easy peasy.
Right there. No? No.
Thanks. This is just practice for me, dude.
I
Whatever.
saw, like, the gold dude from when I like finished his video, you know?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
look, I'm getting insane
No,
at it.
I trapped myself. Damn it. Not like this.
Oh, guys over here, retail row east. Behind the rock?
Oh, they're
Yeah, I'm
hella
crouching at
far
crossbow.
away, dude.
Yeah, they're hella far away, but I think they're standing still.
Oh, they're shooting at us though.
They have one Black Knight. Wow, did he just headshot you?
He just. Whoa. What?
Oh my.
Oh, he's lasering me.
He's got the burst, dude.
Oh, you got one on you, Tim.
Oh shoot. Kenny, don't die.
Gaming 1200.
Hey, boys!
One more going up, one more going up.
Whoa, what the hell? You just headshot me too.
You could give me a shout
I have no
out.
material.
And
Probably using a-
Oh, there's two. I have no material.
Donating to anyone.
Call my mom. Nobody called my mom?
Oh, I got no.
Push him. He's low.
One more.
Maybe. I did like 8 damage to him, honestly. Nate, you're a god.
Die! What? He's has to be literally one shot.
He's looking around.
What? He had attack.
How does he not die from that?
Because his name's all luck, no skill. He just got maximum luck.
12 HP. Oh.
I'm actually triggered.
I thought
I
that.
died for you, Lake.
He's hacking and stream snapping, right? Or stream
Stream
sniping.
snapping.
Oh no.
That's a big oof, guys. I'm not gonna lie, that guy was low-key bot. And we all did.
That's a rip. Yo, Shepard, thank you so much for the $1 donation. This is Hey Shepard Gaming, and I just started the YouTube channel, and I was wondering if you could give me a shout out. And also, this is my first time donating to anyone, Shepard. I appreciate that a ton, bro. Thank you so much. Best of luck with your YouTube channel, bro, and a huge shout out to you, my man.
Yo, did you guys see YouTube's tweet? I don't want to know what your feedback is on this.
Oh, on the black
Subscribe-
with the black creators one.
Subscribe to Black Creators.
That was horrible, horrible.
I mean, it is Black History Month, right?
It's Black History Month, but like,
Vibes are red, vibes are blue. Subscribe to Black Creators.
that's just
How's it
so
feel?
cringy. Like,
Got a lot of backlash.
yeah, it's so terrible.
Don't subscribe to White.
Yeah.
It is Black History Month, so
But I mean, yeah, you should subscribe to people regardless of their color. It's just,
right? It is
you
Black
know,
History Month, right?
you,
Yeah, I think it is.
you subscribe to people because they have good content, not because of their color. You
What do
know.
you think, chat?
What is going on there? That was my bad. I should have.
Wait,
I missed
can you
the
guys hear me?
second shot and got like 9
Yeah, I
damage.
hear you now.
Oh, okay, that's so weird. I was like talking about it. I was like, wait a second. I looked over at Discord and I was muted. It still says I'm muted on my screen, but you guys can hear me for some reason. That's weird.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, Discord.
Henis?
But no, yeah, I was gonna say that I think.
Hello, Henis?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
You guys trolling me?
No, we can hear you. We couldn't hear you before, though.
Oh
Like, you were
man.
literally...
Dude, my game is so glitched.
This is why I have trust
I'm pressing
issues.
W and it's like making the sound of me getting my building out.
Yeah, that's
Just
what I was talking
constantly
about last game.
rapid
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about last game. Oh my! When everyone lands. at
Yeah,
Tilted
for
Towers.
real.
Like, for real.
Oh, this is so annoying.
There's a lot of people here. All right, here we go, guys. High octane.
I got a
got
trap. I got a
wood.
trap. Don't worry, I got a trap.
Oh, my building. Yeah, my building's glitched on my screen. Nice. What is
I
this
have no
game?
gun. I have no gun. All I have is a trap. And there's a gun around me. I'm gonna try and bait him into my trap. Yo, I'm in here breaking stuff. Pumpkin.
Oh, Nate, here, take this. My bad, I was muted. Nate, did you grab that shotgun? Oh, you're muted. Maybe you said you already had one.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was. Oh. I just put.
You've got to be kidding me. You've absolutely got to be kidding me. I just got trolled so hard.
Oh shoot! Ah!
That kid literally just baited me beyond belief. He baited me right into his trap.
What's up, bitch?
What's
Oh
up?
shoot, YouTube.
Oh, shoot, YouTube. Not like this.
I mean, what's up, dude?
What's up, bruh? Hey, what you got in there?
Nothing.
Well, Henis is dead. Nate's low. Lake is going off.
I have no ammo! And he's on me! No! He's got a magnum!
I'm coming, Lake. You're across the planet.
Nope.
Jump, jump.
I knocked like 4 people, but...
Not like this. What the frick?
I got no ammo. Whatever.
Excuse me, guys. Just gonna go over here. Got one.
Oh, I saw that coming from a mile away.
Bro, what does this angel do? What did I just watch?
Yeah, it just
Not my
sucks.
trap.
It
Unbelievable.
sucks going there when you don't get shotguns and you don't get ammo.
We have to let you. We literally like 4-cornered it.
Bro, I had perfect
Yeah,
everything.
Unless you guys
No
kill a
ammo.
whole squad that like land together, it's like rip.
And he brought me right into his trap. It was perfect.
You got trapped.
That same trap right there?
No, it was a different one. I literally chased after him. It was perfect. I've never seen anything executed so beautifully in my life.
Clip it. You'll be on Twitch moments even though you're a YouTube streamer.
Yo, he followed me yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, Twitch Moments on Twitter.
Who followed you?
No, please, Bill.
Twitch Moments.
Ooh.
I know.
I love Twitch moments.
Twitch moments.
I don't know. BBC trolling's pretty funny too.
I love BBC trolling.
Wait, BBC?
Ooh.
What?
What's
Big black.
what's BBC
carnivores.
trolling?
You never seen that?
You mean BCC trolling?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
I don't have enough.
What does BBC
I
stand
don't
for?
know. The thing that has the B's in the beginning, okay?
So that means
The one that has like 99% majority of
more money I
console
will
What does BBC stand for?
noob?
Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going?
Pleasant
I know what it
Park.
stands for.
Pleasant Park. Kenny's like, I know what it stands for.
I'm 12. I'm 12. I know what it means.
I'm sorry.
Big black carnivores. I'm dead. What's in this GFuel?
What?
Yo, when you bought that GFuel, did you use code Henis for 10% off your entire order?
Hell no, use code Kenwer for 30%.
Yeah, what?
Yo, when you use that Starbucks code of mine, Lake, did you get
Okay.
that 0% off?
Yeah, they said you're an idiot.
Wait, is it seriously 30% off for you?
During the promotional period it was.
Damn, what the hell?
I mean,
Sorry,
I
I
only
didn't want
tweeted it
that
like
voice
500
being
times a
started.
month.
And you put it all over How to Minecraft?
Yes, I did. Put it everywhere, dude.
Kenny, I just came here because I don't have a gun.
Sucks to be you, nerd. I'm out.
And there's already people landing. There's a chest in the middle. I'm going for it.
Go, go, go.
Please
I think my
don't
dog
shoot
farted.
me. Oh, hell to the yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
You good?
I can't.
Okay. I don't want to be that guy, guys, but I think this might be holding us back.
He's dead again? God, dude.
How do you even win solos? I don't even understand.
Oh my.
It's okay, Henis. You're gonna see the greatest play ever.
I,
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna complete it here. Are they on the roof?
no, he was out back.
Tannerdo!
Gosh dang it, Kenny.
What?
Oh wait, there's still another one.
Yeah, there's people. What the frick?
Frickety frack. I'm a
you
little late,
win?
boys. But I'm coming over.
Fred
There's
V2,
people
don't
coming
kill him,
over
don't
to
kill
you.
him. No, it's Fred!
Oh my god, you just took the bullet.
No! I'm
I
actually.
got one more. I got
Surprise,
one more.
bitch.
Some more people here.
I'm
There
triggered.
it is. Where?
On my roof, on my
Wait,
roof.
what? Where'd he go?
On the roof.
Where'd you go?
I think I'm dead inside, chat.
I want to hit that so bad. It's so hard though because it moves so fast.
Alright, let's back out for Henry.
Hell no, dude, I got one kill.
Hell no, bro, it's lit, fam. Join my squad.
Dead ass. Who said? Somebody said that in my stream, like totally serious. I was like,
Hey, Blake, are you triggered? Blake, I'm gonna try to land on you and oh, I ran out of material. Never mind. Nate, land on me.
dude.
See if you take fall damage. Can be a hero. You lit- Gosh darn it, brother. Alright.
Now you were better than pro. What? Pro penis? What?
Oh my god.
Nate goes, now you're better than pro. What is that? Oh my god.
Dude, everybody
can't,
just
dude.
bullies you, bro.
It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal.
Oh my god.
Kenny hates me.
Penis.
I don't hate you. I want to play with you every day. What do you mean? I'm freaking out, man.
Wow, ads are here too.
Of course.
Well, duh.
What do you want? No ads in the world?
Yeah.
Go watch Netflix. I'm just kidding, guys. Please don't leave. I need everyone here. That's the only way to grow.
My mom says if I don't
wait,
hold this
follow the
viewership, yeah, I have to quit YouTube. You guys, thank you for 266K, by the way. Appreciate it. If you mark
Dusty
Dusty, who the hell marked Dusty Blake?
Going over yonder.
Don't you dare.
For real. Tilted?
Where? Yeah, oh yeah, I love tilted.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yo, what's up, Will? Welcome back to the stream, dude.
Oh yeah. I can't wait for that show to come back, dude.
Where did my name come from? I tried to think of the name that would get me bullied the most, and I came up with proPenis. Unreal, bro.
You know what? Henis, when you
Where we going,
landed
guys?
on this building with me, you didn't die when we went tilted.
That's a lie. Hey there, Henis.
What's up, buddy? Kenny, I can't break us down in here. All right. All right. This is bullying.
Dude, I'm the worst teammate. I'm so sorry. You need a shotgun?
All right, I got 2 of them.
Oh, you got double pumps, bruh?
I got double pumps and attack now.
Yo, is it lit, fam? Is it lit, fam?
Oh, it's lit, bomb.
Oh, yeah, fam, it's lit. Oh, yeah. Oh,
I
bandages.
hate how I can't hear Jack Delete squat when you guys are talking.
Oh, dude, it's too lit, bruh. Oh, Nate's
You
dying?
guys good? Yeah, you're talking.
Dude, Nate is clicking that pistol so fast. Don't kill him. Psych, mine. Oh, God! Oh, that's you, Henis. Oh, my God, I literally just peed.
I can't pick that up. Do you see that? Like,
Yeah, don't worry, I picked it up for you.
my E won't work.
Alright, I'm done trolling, I'm done trolling. I've been a really bad friend this stream, I'm sorry.
Guys breaking out of this. Yeah, you saw him, Kenny?
I didn't.
Okay, never mind
Oh, I
then.
see him. They're up here.
What the hell?
Hit him once in the head, headshot. I think he has a scar.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
There's another one. And he's dead.
Shoot.
I tried a trap, by the way. So somebody placed a trap over here.
Oh, on me! Oh my god.
Did you get it? Oh no, he ran around. I'm going around. Oh, I fell. I'm down.
I thought that was one of you guys. What the
No,
fudge?
not me. I think he went inside.
I have no building
Right here,
material.
Dead. I got him. Like,
Thank you. Oh my god.
My God, there's so many people in here, dude. He's gonna finish me off because he's a loser.
who does that? I'm honestly triggered.
What? Thank you.
What's up? Did he just die?
I.
Yeah.
Oh! Okay, who's throwing grenades, Lucy? Where are you? Show yourself. What? Oh god! Oh god! On me!
Nobody saw that.
Oh! Henis! You saved me!
I just dropped from the sky.
Bro, you saved me!
Holy loot. Oh my god. There's so much stuff out here.
Lake just comes over from left field. Holy loot. I'm stacked.
Wait, what the hell? Oh my god, I can't do anything.
Everybody, please go subscribe to ProHenis. He just saved my life. YouTube.com/propenis.
Wait a minute. That's the wrong URL.
Whoopsies.
Damn
Make sure
it.
you get everything and drink it all up so that no one gets to use it.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Straight savage. Low gang for life.
Bro, you part of the low gang too?
Oh, I've been woke.
Yo, are we backing out for Nate? You guys backed out for me.
Yes.
I already joined the game.
Oh, okay.
Don't kill me! I found a trap. I
Right?
thought it was. Wait, what the heck? My pickaxe is out. I'm coming down. I'm coming down.
There's a trap right up there.
Yeah, it's right in that room.
Yo, Chris
Nate, you said
Luna,
you
thank you so
already
much for the
played a game?
sponsor, my man.
Yeah, I already
Appreciate it,
joined the
buddy.
game, so just keep on going.
All right, man. I love you.
Here, Kenny.
Yeah, oh, I'm under attack.
Don't, Henis. Oh.
I got clickbaited into
Jesus
that trap.
Christ, this sound glitch, please. Please stop. Get off.
All right, guys. Looks like the coast is clear.
The coast is clear.
I have a jump pad. Do you guys want to like go to the top of one of these towers and get out of here?
Hell yeah, dude. Oh wait, I hear a chest.
Full send.
Yeah. Kenny, is that even a question?
Just
Of
gonna
course
grab
we
the
do.
scar real quick.
Wait, hold on. No, I'm not gonna do that. right, Kenny, I'm ready. Oh, people
Ready
ready.
to go?
You see a person right over here? North. Put it down.
I don't see him, but I'm going. Oh, I see him.
Yep, right down
Can I
there.
no scope him first before you kill
Yeah,
him?
yeah, do it.
I miss. Dude, we're so BM.
Nobody likes us. We're so mean.
Well, no, he's knocked. He got knocked, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
knocked.
I see his teammates far.
Where? What direction?
Oh my god.
Oh, nice shot.
Damn.
North.
135. Big boy.
I see his teammates up there still too. They're at the big one.
Oh, I hit him.
Right.
I hit him right behind the tree. I hit him.
Hit one.
What? I don't think I'm looking the same
Oh,
way.
we're about north, Kenny.
Oh, okay. I hit him.
You did?
Yep.
That sounded really
They
confident.
fell. I see him right there.
There's a chest over there too. Oh my
I
god.
just hit him in the unexplained area.
Genitals?
Yep.
Dude, what are they doing?
Is that all of them? No, I see one more. He's on the far factory.
I shot through his legs.
No,
Oh,
there's
I
three
see
more.
a whole team. Yeah, I see a whole entire team over there.
Wait, do you guys not see these guys at 30 by the brick?
Yeah, there's one right there too. I'm just picking off their shields right now.
Oh, I'm triggered.
Oh wait, over there, Kenny?
Yeah, there's people over here
Oh
too.
no, we got a team over to the left too.
I thought you guys were shooting those guys. These guys are straight bots, and I'm the worst player in the game.
These guys are straight bots. Are you pushing in, Henis?
Yeah, I'm pushing.
I'm pushing in over
Do you
here.
want me to give you sniper overcover, or do you want me to push in with you?
I would push in with me. These guys are all covered by smoke right now.
All right. Well, I got a grenade launcher, so.
Okay.
Second.
Yeah. I'll wait for you.
These guys are about to meet their maker.
Oh yeah.
It's
There's
me.
a lot of loot if we kill these people too. And Kenny's down. And Kenny's dead. Oh my god, that gave him a haircut.
In the water.
Oh yeah, they're running. Oh,
What's
you
up?
gotta
How's
send
it
me out
going?
a
Have you won
sniper.
any games yet? Yes.
Kill
He's
this
super
guy,
weak
maybe
back
with a
there.
Semi-auto sniper. You know what?
Storm's gonna kill him. He's so weak.
Cool, dude.
I lagged out.
Don't do that.
You lagged out?
I lagged out. What happened?
Can you not see me
I
from
must
here?
have died. They must have killed me when I lagged out.
Did you literally hit that sniper shot
Yes.
right there? Oh my god. Wait, you can shoot through the water now?
His head was peeking up.
Oh.
Yes, you can, by the way.
God.
I need bandages. I need bandages. I need bandages. I need
Yeah,
bandages.
that
I
was
need
like
bandages. I need
a
bandages. I need
patch ago.
bandages. I need bandages. This guy not seriously not having bandages. All right, well I'm screwed.
I don't either, so yeah.
Yeah, we're
Fine.
dead.
Henis, bandages behind you in the water.
Funny.
Dude,
sad.
yeah, I lagged out when I died. That sucked.
Least
What do you think
release.
happened?
Release.
For my montage. hitting
What
the-
Yo,
happened? Did I get
Chris,
shot or
thank
what?
you so much for the support, man. Yeah, that's how you use emotes. I sponsored with the wrong account, LMAO, but it's cool. Yo, Chris, I do appreciate
So,
it, man. Thank you so much.
What's up, Nate? How you doing?
Dude, I am slaying. I'm the best.
Do you want us to play a squad game without you real fast, or can we wait?
Let
many
me
people
see
are
if this guy destroys me.
Okay.
30.
You guys want to go try stream stuff, Nate?
Yeah.
I'm-
I'm tell your buddies.
I'm really good at it. Yeah.
I could tell.
Oh no. Oh man.
Hi, I'd really like to know where this guy went.
Feel sad, man.
Psych.
Oh my god. Kenny, I just watched that clip of you knocking him off.
Yeah, it's so funny.
It was like the perfect aim and everything.
How is this guy not dead? Let me just shotgun you like 5 times from point blank. Shut up!
Not gonna lie, I actually love Trans-Siberian Orchestra, so.
Kenny did not lag, just to make it clear.
Did he
Yo.
just hit you with a disco ball that made you dance?
Kenny, your viewers just exposed you.
Yeah, I didn't lag out.
Yeah.
I got the word. So, I literally got destroyed. Like, there's nothing else to say.
Can you report the storm if you get killed by the storm?
Great build.
Yeah, moving too fast.
That's a good
I
question.
died. Very good.
Change your outfit? Got you, bro. I'm gonna put on
You will die. Stop resisting.
Shadow Ops. We're gonna throw on.
Shadow Ops?
Hell yeah. Oh, I'm gonna put it. No. I'm putting the Cloud Strike Glider. Yeah. Then we're gonna put on the Plunger.
The plunger.
Henis, I
Got
do not
him.
sleep because your
Woo!
streams are so good. Listen to this. This guy is literally forcing sleep deprivation on himself because he loves my streams so much.
That's what I do.
That's dedication.
Whenever your streams go offline, what I do is I rewind them and I watch them again. That way I can never miss.
Keep looping until I'm live again.
Uh-huh.
Yo,
Then you go
and
live and I'm
only
like, let's
good
go.
players have this skin, by the way.
Oh, that's a fact.
You guys trying to say I don't have it? Because, like, I have it. Ready?
Mm-hmm. Sure you
What
do. Sure you do.
Wait a minute. Mine's glitched. It's showing this guy instead.
For sure.
What's going on here?
That is messed
Oh, here
up.
it is. My bad. Let's go. What? Why is it
actually like that
glitched?
skin.
I don't know why it's glitched. That's weird. Sorry, guys. I guess I can't blend in with you. It's glitched.
Feel sad. Are we just waiting for Nate right now?
Oh, I said to join the game because
Oh. Let's
I
get
still got a
it.
while and I'm destroying these fools. Destroying the beaming these kids.
You have that fill on.
Get off me.
Bro, I was about to get hyped right there.
Okay.
I almost choked and died.
Fill, off.
It's Phil.
Phil, can you turn the fill off? Please, Phil?
Oh. Yeah, Kenny.
Yellow!
You gotta turn Phil off.
Wait, are we not playing? What's happening?
Nate's staying in the solo.
How many people are left, 8?
He is quote unquote
18.
destroying kids right now.
Beaming kids.
Beaming kids.
Alright, whatever. Let's go.
Beaming?
We're getting a rando. I don't care.
No, you gotta take it off
What
Phil.
is this?
Why?
So we don't get a random? Or do you want to
You
get a
guys don't
random?
want a random?
I'll take a random. I
Yeah.
love randoms.
What if we get like little Timmy
Wait.
who's like,
I got matchmaking. What if we get a god? Like what?
Guy
Yeah, some
wasn't
guy
with
that's like
anybody?
extremely racist.
Oh, then we'll have to mute him.
exclamation point mute.
Exclamation point mute.
Or you could get some guy. that's
Hey,
super
we
high.
got Dance Like 1969. Yo, what's up, man? Hey. Hey. How you guys all doing? Yo, Kenworth, that's definitely a voice changer. Why do you sound like that?
Shut up, bitch.
Damn. Okay. Well,
I don't know what to say.
I don't know if I deserve that.
No, probably not.
That seemed too far, man.
My bad. I'm sorry. You're not a bitch.
You're a,
Dude, PG.
you're a wizard, Harry. I'm a
You
what?
literally said the F word.
Whatever.
You guys want to drop where?
Oh, we already jumped out. Yeah, this Dance Like 1969 was the first guy to mark it. So,
No, I
Yo,
was.
dance. You got a mic?
oh, I saw his yellow marker first.
Yo, can we back out? This guy's have a mic, and it's triggering me.
Yo, Dance, do you have a mic?
I don't see you guys or hear you guys talking, so.
What? I'm triggered. Hello?
Hello. Do you know Dewey?
Do you know Dewey?
What happens when you do not know Dewey?
Where is everybody?
You die all the way.
I just want to point out I have a purple tack shotgun already.
Oh, baby.
You're a hacker.
He's cheating.
Oh, there goes our teammate.
Where'd Dance go? Where'd he even land?
He led over by houses.
What a goober. Hey, good game, man.
Who's gonna win, boys?
Oh, you got the
Yeah,
shotgun
I
right
mean-
there?
There's a shotgun up there?
Dude, get outplayed!
Hey, let's go to
Oh
that.
my
Let's go to the
God,
houses.
genius.
Houses right over here, Kenny. There's a guy in
All
here.
right, let's get it. Let's make it happen. Where did you see him?
No, I just know Lake
Oh,
or the
in the brick
Dance.
house. Brick house. You have a shotgun?
No, he
What do I do
didn't.
about this guy?
Dude, his head was sticking to the floor. What the heck? There's a guy by me.
What? Guy in
That's
the...
gotta be a different guy. To the right, to the right. Henis, over here to the right.
Yeah, no, well,
I'm so
there's a guy
bad.
over here up top here, too. Up top there to the southwest, 210.
Gotcha. Grenades.
He's chucking. Yeah, he's way too far, though. Way too far.
I hit the guy in the house once.
Want to grab his teammate
Wait, did
stuff?
you get the guy to our right?
Oh, wait, this guy had a scar.
I'm confused. Did
No.
you get the guy in the street?
No, no, no. There was a guy to our left. That's the only guy. I was paying attention to the guy in the house.
Oh. I'm confused.
Now I'm confused.
I shot Blake.
How's this man
There
still
was a guy in
alive?
the middle of the street, but I don't know where he went. Like behind this yellow car.
Shoot.
Get that win, Nate.
Guy near my
If
house.
you have to.
Inside my house. Inside my house.
I knocked the guy who was shooting at you.
I'm on the
There's
roof.
a guy up there.
Is he on the roof? I was just. Oh, he's right here.
Nice, because I think there's one more guy underneath.
I think there's a guy trying to bait
In the
me
basement?
trap here.
The guy's still there.
Wrong button.
Finally, dude. Oh my gosh, that guy was running around forever.
Did we get the guy that was in this house, Kenny?
I got him.
Okay.
And I got the guy on the roof, but he was just knocked out. I don't think I've got the ammo for it yet. Maybe I did.
Wait, what the hell just happened?
I'm actually confused out of my whole soul.
Dude, this game confuses me too much. It's too complicated.
There's a guy
Fortnite's
that
too
just
complicated.
He's still there.
It's all good. It's all good.
Good job, baby. Good stuff, good stuff.
Good stuff, good stuff.
Did you find loot over here, Henis? Because
No.
where the hell did the guy go then? Oh, he's back here.
You hear him?
No, he died. I think he got elim'd. I don't remember. Oh, he had the impulse grenade too.
I'm coming.
Bolt over here.
I'm coming, Lake.
Game. Game.
Where is he, Lake?
The Lord.
I don't know if someone's in here. There was a trap. I was in a trap, but
Oh, okay.
Please, let me build.
What on there? What is everybody?
No way.
oh, on me.
I just completely stole your kill right
I
there.
hate you for that. He had max shield and everything.
He's so
Are you
weak.
winning?
You son of a.
Are you winning a day
Oh
game?
my. That one was yours. I'll give you that one. That one was yours.
It's the gold scar, man. There's a blue AR over here for you.
Gold star lasers.
Does he know? He obviously
Anyway.
does not know.
D-way.
Wow, this guy. Trees. I love trees. Watch, this guy's gonna peek his little head out, and I'm gonna snipe him right in the freaking
Yeah,
face.
the colors are a little weird.
Yeah, the colors of yeah, I don't like
I
it either.
noticed it most on the shotguns.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. It's very dull. It's to improve the performance on Call of Duty. Yes, I suppose.
Interesting.
Somebody sniping me from above.
Well, don't make us PC payers. Payers.
Payers, us PC payers.
PC payers pay for that. Play for that.
I ain't paying for nothing.
I don't wanna let me build the stairs. There we go.
It's just too much,
Top
man.
before us.
You guys want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
What?
No! I meant
They
to pull
died.
out my AR, dude. I hit him with the scope too, and he hits a headshot on me like that. This dude's fucking cheating. Whatever. I'm out.
How many kills
Dude,
you guys
I was actually playing good that game. Holy crap! Like I felt confident as hell.
Nate, you are good at the game.
Where is my mouse
You should
cursor?
feel good every game.
That's a fact.
Why is it on my
There's
other
actually a rule to
screen?
this game, if you don't know, that only hackers and laggers kill you.
Yep.
WTF, you had a sniper hit marker in their face. I think he might have been completely full and I didn't.
Oh,
like,
you guys want to hear something?
Yeah.
I saw this on one of Dakota's videos. So if someone's drinking a shield crouched and you shoot them in the head, if their hand is in the way, it
Yeah.
counts as like a hit in
Dude,
the hand.
I was watching his video on that. Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
Damn, dude, hitboxes. That's what's up.
that's
Good
pretty
game.
crazy. Yeah, that's some next level stuff.
Did you also know that there's a bug right now where it leaves you with one shield?
Wait, what do you mean?
What?
Like, if you get shot with a sniper rifle or like something happens, you can get left with one shield even though it takes your health down. And so when you
Oh, guys right in front of us?
it does, like, the shield.
I
Both
sniped
lit.
That one
Both
guy,
lit.
the
Yep.
non-bunny guy or bear, whatever.
You guys are alone.
Should I just wait on you guys?
Are they inside?
I mean.
Oh,
unit.
what?
Yeah. Yeah. Where the chest usually is, Henis.
Inside?
Yeah.
I'm on my way.
Hit the bear, or yeah, the thing.
Don't worry, you guys are doing great.
Oh, wait, what?
And
my
Henis
God.
is going down.
Bro, I just whipped around on that guy. Oh my god. I just whipped so hard on
All I
that
see is
dude.
your health just chunking. I have
Wait.
many.
How did I not get one kill?
Wait, did
What
did
just
you die?
happened?
No.
Damn.
Henis?
Literally turned, one pumped that guy. Damn.
Oh, I wonder why.
'Twas lit.
Just kidding. GG.
Um,
Yo, I have,
Lake.
mini. You want mini?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Boom, boom.
GG's. Chat went toxic. Ban them all. Anyone
Let 'em-
toxic, get them out.
let him know.
Purchase the battle pass to claim all the rewards you've earned.
Don't do it now, please.
The new skins actually look kind of good. Like the
For
leaf
what?
skins or whatever.
I love you and I miss you. Billiard, please, you ego me. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, old Billy. Old Billy Yard.
And before there was just a dude camping in there. Oh, those mini potions. We got 13 kills right now. Oh, I see people over here coming from Dusty Depot. They're moving to the west. Up along the ridge. Yeah, they're moving towards this broken house up here to the 300.
I'm just gonna enjoy the game.
Alright, Henis, you ready?
Oh, I'm ready, bro. What's happening? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I was gonna launch us over there.
You see them? I vote we wait. Wait, do you have a... Are you gonna... Don't start shooting it. I won't start shooting it.
I got an impulse grenade, you ready?
Don't do
I
it.
have impulse.
Don't do it.
I'm waiting for
They're
it.
all no skins, dude. They're... Look at how bad this kid is. Okay, I vote we go. Go. Start shooting now.
Damn,
I've gone
toxic.
against some- I've gone against some no skins that are like god tier builders. So.
There's probably me.
One's down. Holy crap, he's a god. Never mind, he just lasered everything.
One building up. That was
No, there's a tree in the
possibly-
way!
Oh, on you, Kenny. On you. Behind you.
Bro, I am so over this. Oh, he got me on my way down. GG, dude.
Holy
There's a guy
crap.
on top of the broken house on the very top floor.
Oh, he's right here. Right behind you. No, he's gonna finish me. Please don't let him finish me. Oh my god. One more. He's gonna finish me. Don't let him finish me. Please kill him. Oh, thank you. Like I love you.
Good job,
Like I
guys.
literally love you. Oh my god.
Dude, if you just saw that play with the impulse grenade.
Yo, I saw that was
Oh my
sick.
god.
Bro. The fact that I'm as low as I am right now.
Hey, what's up, Billiard? Welcome to the chat, man. Glad to see you here. We missed you.
Never mind, that's a scar. Thought it was a sniper, but it's not.
Bum,
that's the
bum,
sniper.
bum.
Oh, we gotta get Kenny too.
Don't worry about me, guys.
Oh no, I have the glitched inventory spot. No.
Oh, we're in the safe zone though. Okay, we got a little bit of time. Never mind, Kenny. You just
Wait,
hold tight,
guys.
butter, right?
Guys, look, I'm a legendary.
Oh, here.
How do you fix
Can I take that medkit?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out this thing.
Later.
I'll go pick up Kenny.
Okay.
I have this like stupid glitched inventory spot, so now I don't have an inventory spot.
Do you see? Oh, wow, you found me. You're actually insane.
1 second, let me just grab
Ladies
it.
and gentlemen, we have 18 kills right now with 27 people left.
I have a golden scar in my inventory. I just want to point that out.
Right,
but
3
I
kills.
can't use it.
You guys are going ham, dude. Hey, Lake, since I love you.
Why am I reloading?
Wait, you see, Kenny, the thing is that...
You already have some?
Oh, no, it just... what the...
People building on
Not
top
working?
of the, if anybody's got a sniper, people building on top of the middle house.
Nope, now it's gone. Now it's gone. Now it's there.
People building on
I'm
top of the
confused.
house.
Wait, what?
People building on top of the house, the loot lake house.
Hit one.
Anybody have a jump pad? Oh, I got one. I got
No,
one.
I got a campfire.
I don't.
We want to use it? I got a jump pad right now.
Yeah, let's do it. Can we go high? Oh, yeah, you're already up.
Yeah, you
Oh,
ready?
Wait, what? Where are you at?
Right
Over
here.
there?
I'm right here.
I'm coming.
I hit one. I knocked off his shields. So.
Nice, good job. Yo, come over here. Let's go with the Henis. Oh, Henis. Are they shooting this down?
No, they're shooting at Henis though.
Yeah, they're shooting me. They're shooting at me. They're shooting at me.
So high up here.
I'm just adding a third support, a third leg.
Wait, what? Oh, how? Bro, I thought I could place a floor right there and I couldn't. He's gonna take me a second to get to you guys.
They know that I'm another one coming in.
I'm right down below you guys. I'm literally in the cave area. Bro, what the heck is happening?
They're all on me.
Bro, I am actually confused on what's happening here.
Oh, that's you.
Oh, that's you. Jesus, man. Oh, behind me. Oh, I just one-put me. I'm falling down. I'm falling down.
Okay. Hold on. I'm going back.
He's weak. He's super weak. I hit him for like 112. All shield off, everything. He's on me. He's on me. He's on me. He's on me. He's underneath. Underneath.
Underneath you? Oh, I see him.
Absolute.
Right there, Kenny. Right there.
Yeah. Good job, dude.
Dude, I hit him for 112.
Oh, I just got crossbowed.
Crossbow
Yep. Sit right there. I got you. I can't tell where those are coming from.
Yeah, where's their crossbow at? Oh, top of the hill, 255.
Okay.
Pretty easy to
How?
notice.
That guy literally sat there for like 10 seconds while I shotgun him in the face. And then he just like one-pumps me.
Bro, my tack. It took like a full clip to kill this
what
guy,
direction,
but, like,
Kenny? What direction?
255 on top of that hill.
Yo, does anyone have any heal or anything?
There's bandages.
Oh, I got bandages right here on me. Here, I'll drop half.
Cool, I picked him up.
I accidentally shot the metal. You gotta be kidding me.
I don't know. Oh, one's
Oh, that
down
was
at the down at the factory.
That's a far shot right there.
Yep, okay, so I just gobbled up the items.
Oh, anybody got any building material?
I can't use it. I
Yeah,
literally just
here.
ate the bandages. Like they went in my inventory and they're gone.
I dropped
Gracias.
400.
Oh, I freaking love you.
So I'm at 30 health.
Oh, I hit him! I hit one of them up there.
Hit him too. Yeah, I saw the guy shot.
Hit all his shield off. Yeah.
There was one in the factory too. With a crossbow. Like
We have
close.
to move. We have to move.
Yep.
What? What? Let's not talk about it.
If I die, I'm blaming the game. I have a glitched inventory.
Let's go.
I don't think they're shooting at us. Okay,
No, they're not. They're
there was
fighting
a guy in
somebody
this
else.
building right to our right.
Right to our right. Okay.
Yeah, he was in here. I don't know where he went.
I'm checking it real quick.
Checking it. Oh, one just fell down the hill over here. In front of us, 255.
I mean, if we go in, I'm gonna die. So.
Oh, what do you? Oh, you didn't get bandages?
I did. That's what I've been saying.
Here, I got some right behind you. And I just dropped some potion behind you too. Two of them.
Okay, I'm gonna pick them up and they're gonna disappear in my inventory. Oh, now I got one. Cool. Oh, and then I just got 15. What the? Dude, game's broken.
Got me.
Hold on, I'm going up top.
Oh, right on top of me. Oh, he's finishing me.
Rip. Sorry, my inventory is like fully glitched out right now. It kind of sucks.
Where is he?
He was right on top of me.
Is that it?
Coming, Henis. And he's dead.
No, there's one more.
Double pump.
Dude, love
He's
double pumping.
nuts, dude.
Double pump on these nuts. Oh. Oh, right here. Never mind. Did you knock him?
I hear one more. Oh yeah, wait. I think that. There's gotta be one more.
The
There's...
teammates straight across right there. Right there. Aw.
There's a lot of loot over here.
We have a team straight west.
Okay.
Oh, I hit them. They're weak. I just knocked off his shields and everything. There's a golden scar down here if you need one.
I got one.
And materials if you need materials.
Holy Jesus, bro. Hold on a second. I need a healed.
What, dog? What do you want?
Whew. We got this, guys. We got this. I need a lot more building material. How much building material do you need?
I have max almost.
Okay, can you drop me some? Because I literally don't have. I got 100 wood. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, there's wood laying all around here.
Okay, hold on. Let me come check. Oh, yep.
Watch out. There's a team literally right over there sniping. Looking at us.
Kenny, do you die?
Yeah, I'm dead.
What the hell?
Oh my god, dude. I just headshot him and then bodied him. He's so weak. Do you have a launch pad?
Nope.
Free. Oh,
What-
they're fighting. Which acid lime?
Yep.
To the right or two?
What's happening to that supply drop?
Yeah.
It's dancing. It's down. You guys gotta go in a little bit.
Yep.
I say we push this team in the bush over here, or in the thing over here.
Dude, I honestly hate this game.
On my screen, you were just a little bit to the left. Nice.
Really weak.
God damn it.
Is this the last team?
Oh,
It has to be.
why?
Yeah.
Is there
that's
another
last
guy
one.
right next to me?
Good
GG's.
job, guys.
Okay,
GG.
GG.
Didn't even realize it. Let's go.
Yeah, I didn't either. I was just getting
Oh,
it
I died
'cause
at
it
the-
was hiding behind everything.
Perfect time.
How many kills?
I had 4.
I had 15. Whew. Let's
30. Well, no, 27.
Let's get it.
Not bad.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Okay.
All right,
Oh
I'm
my,
gonna.
Myth, is that you? You just sounded so much like Myth.
When I said okay.
When we queue, I gotta go let my dogs out, so I'm just gonna float.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Kenny. We see what your dedication is to this game. It's cool. No worries.
Yeah, it's either that or listen to my dog go.
Oh god. Oh god. Headphone users beware. What was that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Sounds like when you let the air out of a balloon slowly.
That was awful.
sorry. I didn't think it was gonna be that loud.
Have any of you guys tried VR chat yet?
Nah.
No, I haven't. Yo, if you guys are new to the stream, make sure you drop a like, subscribe if you're new. We're 14 subs away from 266.1k. Appreciate the support, guys. Fucking love you,
I don't want to
dudes.
see you and Knuckles meet.
All right, so we gotta wait for Kenny to come back then, right? Or
No, you guys can go wherever. Just tell me where you're gonna go, and I'll like float there.
all right. Tilted.
I'll probably end up dying, but wait, what?
Tilted towers.
No.
No? Okay. Let's go Anarchy then.
Can we go like
Or not.
anarchy?
Definitely
Okay.
I haven't played
Yeah.
Anarchy in a while. It's always hit and miss for me. Either I come out of there with like amazing loot or I don't.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that.
I found out how to make my middle mouse button. I have to like pull my middle mouse towards me. It's kind of
Wait, I
crazy.
thought you were taking your dogs out.
I am. I wanted to make sure I was landing with you guys at least. All right.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm
I'll
floating down.
protect you.
Hopefully, I'll land in some trees.
Dude, I really need to switch my keybind for muting in Discord.
We're just gonna let him die, right?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Oh man, I missed it. Dang it. Did anyone else land here?
I don't know. So far, not from what I can see.
Yeah, I don't think anyone. I don't see anything broken at house, so.
I think we're all alone. Wait, do you see somebody?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just like shooting to break down stuff.
Wait, where's Kenny?
Running around.
Oh, there's Kenny. Kenny's fallen. Huh.
One more. Nate, we're gonna wipe that from memory, right? By the way, you're muted in Discord.
Hey, guess what? I'm muted.
I just look back and I see you just like fly yourself backwards. Feels bad, man.
Feels sad, man. What's up, Pedro? How you doing today, shooting? I'm kind of in the mood to stream early tomorrow. I don't know why.
I think someone might be in here.
Dylan.
I
You.
actually do. I thought I heard the weird footsteps out.
I don't think so.
Like the dun 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 dun, like someone's walking underneath you, right?
Yeah.
I don't see anybody.
I got mini shields for Nate. Where are you? Right here.
I'm right here. Oh.
Hey, yo, Incredilag, what's up, my man? Welcome to the stream, brother. Get this W? Yo,
Incredilag,
I
that
got
sounds
you, bro.
familiar.
I got you, bro. Yeah, he's a YouTuber. Yo, just for you, bro. I got it. Appreciate you coming to the stream, man. What's up, Lions? Yo, Brett, appreciate you coming in as well, man. All right, I'm checking the secret chest location.
The secret one behind there? Yeah, I love
Yeah. We got a chest. All right, all right, all right. Oh, I got a posh. Okay, okay. Can't complain, can't complain. Hey, what's good, Riley? All right, we want to say hi to Kenny now? Oh, we're pretty close to the safe zone, too. Oh, God, what is happening?
Well, now you gotta re-edit it back, dude.
Actually, no, let's just make this a nightmare for him. Let's just put him, like...
Bro, what? How long does a dog have to smell a blade of grass? Where the hell am I?
Oh no,
outta
you're
here.
in a nightmare, right?
I don't like it here. I'm scared. Where's my mom?
Dang it! I was trying to.
I was wondering. I was like, dude, that wall is not breaking down.
All right.
Okay,
Yo, this is a pretty sick structure you guys got here.
I had no idea that chest was there, bro. That's wild. A little pro tip, then. Mr. Pro
is it?
Kenworth is the GOAT. Oh, yeah, Incredilag's in here, by the way.
Who?
Incredilag?
Does he do zombies?
No.
Oh, I don't know that. I'm sorry.
Well, he does a little bit of everything, to be honest with you.
I don't watch YouTubers. Like, I don't watch people play
Is
games.
a YouTuber, doesn't watch YouTubers.
He just said Mr. Kenworth is the GOAT, and you don't even know who he is.
I'm sorry.
Oh my
You're
god.
an amazing
Unbelievable.
streamer.
I'm just being
Keep up the
honest.
good work.
You know what? I'm YouTubing him right now. I don't even care. All right, stream. You guys ready to watch a YouTube video? Isn't it Mr. Incredilag? Is that it?
Yeah,
Does he
Incredilag.
play with Orb?
Incredible Orb? No.
Just because their name is similar.
I don't think so. I don't think he plays with Orb.
Yo, he is good looking.
What the
Handsome
hell?
YouTuber right there. Yo, slide in my DMs, bro. I'm just kidding.
Oh, Incredilag said, yeah.
I have a girlfriend.
Wait a second. Yeah, it's alright. Kenny's made moves on me, too, so...
Yeah, sorry,
I
I
mean-
can't help myself.
You just gotta learn how to
See a splat bill, it's
respectfully
just like,
deny. Jeez. No, 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 no. Yeah, that noise, whatever that was, can't make that ever again. Ooh, there's a purple bolt back here if anybody wants one. Or a blue bolt now. Dude, that
Where?
sound is so nasty.
Sounds kind of like Donald Duck or something.
I know, right?
That's
That's what I thought it sounds like,
too.
too. There's a blue bolt back here if anybody wants it.
Blue balls, I'm on my way.
Oh, yeah.
It's way back over here.
Dude, Henis, can you pick it up if you don't have any slots?
No, I
Can you drop
got
anything?
an AR, 2 pumps, and a sniper, man. I can go. I'll go
Oh
back
my
for it.
God.
I'll drop
Like,
a
you need
pump.
an
I'll
AR?
drop a pump. I'll pick it
I
up.
got
I'll pick it
AR.
up just for you guys.
Okay.
I
guys-
just heard Hennis say 2 pumps and I just like instantly cringed.
Yeah, right. This
You know
guy.
what, dude? You know what?
Even though I used it at the same time too.
Oh, these
Alright,
guys.
I picked it up. I'll just double bolt. None of you guys get it.
What the frick?
Just kidding. I'll drop it for you. Oh wait, you came all the way back here. Now I'm just gonna go back for my pump. Oh my lord.
Oh, look, can I have it? I don't have a shotgun.
Whoa! I just got lasered.
What?
I think
just
he's
got
in the bush
shot.
on top of the hill. Oh, no, he's at the
No, you
shrine.
got sniped. You got sniped.
Hit him once at the shrine. You gave me no ammo! No! Retreat! Don't shoot me!
On the way. I hear like 2 of them.
Yeah, there's at least 3.
Yeah, I hear like 4 of them.
I'm barely making it out alive here.
Way too high, way too high, way too high, way too high, way too high.
You don't get anything
Knocked
from these hay bales? Oh, nice. Good shots.
Other one's weak. Other one's weak. Other one has no shield.
A couple more running to him. Oh, just missed.
Oh,
Just
wow.
missed.
Someone.
And has he got any extra heavy?
Yeah. Come right here. I only got 14 shots. I'm gonna drop you half.
Damn, I think one of them's got a scope.
Yeah, they do.
He does. In the top
Hint,
tower.
hint, we were being shot
Oh,
at
wait a minute.
by a sniper.
He was literally right there the whole time and I didn't see him. You gotta be kidding
Oh
me.
my god, I know. I was like, wait, they're just standing there?
He was literally
Watch that JPEG.
unbelievable, dude.
He's looking at my doorway right now.
Yeah, Kenny, I vote we push up.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have a sniper, right? He's
Yeah.
in the top,
Oh, yeah.
He's in the top thing. He's
Can't see
literally
it from
looking
our
at my
angle.
doorway right now.
Can't see him from our angle. Bro, I'm about to mess these guys' world up.
Oh, wait.
Where are you getting shot? Is there someone on you?
Dude, I hit that guy so many times.
Why?
Shoot, bro.
Are they not in this window anymore?
No, they're not.
No, he jumped down.
Wait, what the frick?
There's another sniper over here if anybody wants one.
I'm gonna pick it up, but I want to kill this guy.
Yeah, he's running away. He's running away. He's running away.
Yeah. I want to kill him.
I think I'm blind.
So many times.
Oh, bro, that shot just missed him, dude.
Oh my god, I hit him again.
Bro, he is
Bro, I
unbelievably weak. It's literally insane.
Yeah, no,
Literally.
So many.
Literally.
Literally.
Yes! Suck it, Emoji Movie! You suck! You were the crappiest movie known to mankind. Sorry.
Damn.
He
Oh,
decides-
did
Still
you
a little
leave
bit
that
of
sniper back there?
toxic.
Yeah, there's a sniper back there, all the way back in the hill. The other hill on the other side.
I'm going for it. I don't care, dude.
I'm getting grenaded.
Hey, what's up, Micro? How you doing, man? Oh, yo.
There's someone on top
Pooks,
of
thank you
Eagle,
so much
on
for the
top of
$1
Eagle,
donation. It
on
said
top
you're an amazing streamer. Keep up the good work. Yo, I'm sorry. I missed that dono, man. Appreciate the love so much.
of Eagle. And Kenny just took everything from this guy?
Oh, sorry. I just took a SMG ammo and an AR.
And all the ammo.
Bro, what the hell?
Here, what do you need?
I need some sniper, but we'll pick it up after.
I have 9 bullets. I meant that 8 bullets. Nope, still 9. I don't know how my snipe missed this guy, to be honest.
I got that last game. I just shot right
He's
through
in the middle,
there.
he's in the middle.
Wait, what?
Side.
It says I don't have a bullet in my sniper, but it says I can't reload it either. I hear one inside. I hear one inside. Got him.
What's happening? Is that a whole different team?
Is that all dead? Is that all dead?
Yeah, that's all of them. He insta died.
Okay.
Another sniper back here if anybody wants
How
it.
much mats do you have?
100 wood.
Okay.
I've literally done nothing this game. Did you guys find people whenever you landed at the acres?
Nope. It was desolate. Wilderness.
Desolate wilderness.
22 people alive. What the frick? Oh my god, people just jump headed towards
Where?
me.
Oh, you're right.
Crap, over here.
I can't see where you're at.
Reggie.
They're white
That's a
damage.
shack,
They're white
that's a
damage.
shack.
Yeah. White damage.
Yo.
Oh, they're getting shot by someone else.
Yeah. Knocked one.
Wow, wow.
Okay.
What the frick just happened?
There's still another one down there. Still 2 more. A couple more at least.
Yeah, I see him. I see him.
Well,
Kenny, Reaper says hi.
hi!
There you go, pal.
Oh man, I really goofed this up.
One guy right below you, Lake.
Yep.
They're both hit for white damage. Oof. Oh. Oof.
Are you good?
Oh my god.
If anybody finds some heavy bullets.
Yo, Lake, there's
What is clenched right now?
Like, there's
I have a couple
there's a
heavies,
chug
man.
jug over here for you.
Here.
Bro.
Oh, wait a minute.
Bruh.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna check both of these right now. Actually,
Okay,
no,
I
no,
got
no,
some
that's
heavy
stupid. That's
bullets,
stupid.
I'm
That's stupid.
No, take the minis. Who just got sniped?
I just shot.
Oh wow, it sounded like you got
Yeah, it's gonna hit him. Okay, Nate, don't take the ammo.
Yeah, jump pad right to the southwest too. That's where those guys came from.
Sorry.
Ah, yeah, here. Oh, lake.
Later,
Oh
Ed.
no, wait. Nate, right here.
No, Nate, take
Thank
this
you.
first. Take one of those and take one of those.
Was there a green pump anywhere?
Steal
Any
all
of
the
these guys?
materials from these guys.
No, I didn't even loot those guys. Oh, the ones at the house?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a little bit of brick.
Okay.
Oh, I got impact grenade.
Oh, you don't say, do you?
Oh, I do say it, do you know?
Oh, you say, you say.
I kind
Blue
of,
AR. I'm gonna pick up that blue
I
AR.
kind of want to go back to their jump pad for the lulls and just launch off it.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Why not?
Might as well.
See someone.
It's free launch pad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
bet you someone's gonna be on top of the hill to our north.
You think so?
Like I would almost put money on that. Yeah. Rotating from tilted towers on top of that. I would almost put money on it, he said. But he doesn't put money. Maybe Salty Springs too, because we probably got 2 more teams. Maybe.
Oh, there's a trap right here.
Oh, they tried to trap it.
Don't run into it.
Bro, I've literally done nothing this game. I think like snipe hit one dude. That was it.
I see some airdrop. Salty.
Oh yeah, you want to go for that?
Yeah, I don't see anyone anywhere else. I don't see anyone else.
Go trail it on the mountain, brother. I feel like 2 songs, yeah, I love it.
Sniper?
It's cheating.
Yeah, okay, Kenny just sniped it.
Was that you?
Yeah, that was him.
That's cheating. No do this. My freaking
The hell am I
sleeve
hearing?
is rolled
Oh
down.
my god! Oh my god, he's right above me.
Are you
I'm not
dead?
good. Oh my god. Did I really just take fall damage?
Ooh, hello. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, I
This way.
think there were people in the house right here. I think. Not
My
a,
army explodes, so I can't check it.
not 100% sure.
There's people east behind you, Kenny.
Yeah, I just saw him.
East? Oh, up here?
Yeast! I'm getting up on the...
75 east from
Yeah,
my
yeah, I'm
position.
gonna get up on this hill.
Yeah, what?
Oh, they're all the way down there. All the way down there, rotten man.
That's a mushroom.
These kids are all spread out, dude.
I know. I was kind of confused. Might be some still left to you.
Oh, they're rushing you?
Yeah, nice job, nice link.
Oh shoot! Behind us.
Bloom!
He's hit once.
So weak.
Knocked one.
I'm getting shot at. Whoa.
Where?
Above. Dude,
Yeah,
oh
that's
my
all.
gosh! I was gonna kill him and then you.
Bro, I don't even know what just happened. I have a launch pad. Is that the whole team dead?
Yep.
Alright, so there's just a couple. Well, never mind. What the... I feel like there's okay. There's 3.
Oh, hold on. There's a fully enclosed base over here to the northeast.
Yeah, I think that's where they started.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 'cause that's where they came from. I forgot I had a pump. I'm like, what's going on with my
There's
shotgun?
5. There's 5 left. So
Yeah.
solo or 2 and a 3.
Who the frick knows nowadays?
Dude, they took out this whole forest. What the heck?
I know. I was just looking.
That
at
whole
dude.
forest is gone. It looks
I
so
realized it
weird.
when I like built in. When I was building my ramp in, or you built your ramp in. No, when I was going right side.
It was me. I built it.
You did? Okay. Well, whoever built that ramp in, when I was going right side of you, I noticed that.
That's crazy, actually.
I literally don't know where these guys are.
Hello?
How do I?
I hear him over here. 105. They're fighting.
What?
105. They're fighting.
Oh, they're way over there.
Oh yeah, I see him.
What the heck? Knocked one on the front porch. Couple in the
Yo.
house. Oh, did he go downstairs? Oh yeah, downstairs.
He just
Put out a launch pad.
No, I was gonna use the launch pad.
Oh.
I think the last one's inside Henis.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it just a solo or?
No, on the stairs here, reviving his teammate.
Oh my God.
Run into the trap! No, don't kill me, don't kill me! Run to the trap!
Let's go.
Dang it.
Dude,
Oh my God.
I did literally nothing that entire
You're
game.
just dancing in front of me.
I went to go do the worm so he couldn't shoot me unless he like ran into the trap, but I don't have it equipped.
Well, my contact just almost fell out. What the hell?
0 kills.
Tryharding that much?
Bro, I think my eyes went so wide that my
He's got, like, sweat going into his eyes.
Yeah, my contact just popped right out. What the hell? Oh God.
Good game, boys.
All right, I think that's my last one. Oh, I'll do one more. I'll do one more.
Yeah, do one more.
I'll do
Come
one
on.
more. I'm gonna grab something else to eat. I'll be
one
right
more,
back.
and it'll be my last.
Yeah, good luck. How about that Litecoin up to 230 again? Let's go, baby. Really regret not buying it at 100 now. It's fine. You need a fourth, Kenny? Yeah, only subs. Sorry, Dreamster.
Oh.
Deleted. I'm just kidding. But seriously, you should be subbed. What are you doing?
Kenny, I've never heard you Twitch Prime sell out.
I've done it a couple times. I usually mute my mic when I talk to my stream.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I watch your streams a couple times. I never hear you Twitch Prime sell out.
Listen, alright? It's not
It's
my.
because he's such a good guy.
I have good morals, alright?
No.
Hey, nothing wrong with making
You
money.
need to do it more, dude.
Yeah.
That's why he kills his teammates.
Listen, that was an accident.
I mean, I have Amazon Prime. You want something that Twitch Prime does?
Shut up. You already know.
We're
Oh,
going.
we're going tilted?
Tilted?
Let's go.
Let's get it.
Yeah. Use your Twitch Prime at TBNR Kenworth.
What's Kenworth's stream? Is it real TBNR Kenworth on Twitch?
No, I changed it to just TBNR.
Just TBNR Kenworth on Twitch.
Is it Doom TBNR?
No, it's not.
DBNR Doom TBNR
I wish I could make everything just Kenworth, but like, it's taken on
Dude,
Twitch.
wouldn't that be the dream?
Yeah, it's taken on everything.
Well, I'm having a really crappy landing. I'm gonna land Trump.
Kenny, I'm coming with you, but this guy's probably gonna get down first. What?
Are you good up there? You get up there?
Yep, fine.
Yeah, these guys are both down.
Okay. I have shotguns down here.
There's another AR in here.
Someone has a minigun.
What? That was an elimination.
Okay.
Oh, did you want
No
that?
ammo?
What do you need ammo for? What do you need ammo for?
I gotta go burst. For
Okay.
Yo, I have a mini for someone. And a shotgun.
Ooh, shotgun, you say?
Yep.
I could use a shotgun right about now.
I'm here with you, Henis.
All right. Ooh,
Look at that.
shotgun right there. Beautiful.
What's up, Scrap?
Do these doors are open?
Surprise!
Damn, dude.
What's up, dude?
Oh, there's a med kit right here. I'll pick it up.
Oh, another one coming, Nate.
I hear a chest right above me.
I hear a,
I'm gonna shot in the back, Nate.
Dude, what? I just 3 burst him and he didn't die.
It's fine, it's fine. Just finish him.
Will you stop moving?
Yeah, I'm moving at an angle so they can't get shot from the door. I thought you were behind me, Nate. I'm triggered.
Oh, I see him. Rat.
Do you have any bandages?
Yeah, I
I
do.
have a med kit.
What the hell? Bro, why am I can't build?
I killed this guy.
Oh, I'm dead.
Okay.
Oh, wow, I actually survived that. Cool. There were sniper shots, by the way, over to the south.
Yeah, no, they're on. Oh, my
Oh,
gosh,
they're
dude.
way. He's way up on the hill.
Why you gotta laser me like that, dude? From out of nowhere.
What to do? What to do? Watch his jump shot.
Yo,
I'm going up. I'm doing it, man. We're full senders down
this
here.
building.
Full senders.
100.
No fricks given.
Ah.
I'm trying to shoot him.
I'm actually not going up.
One in my building.
Wait, what?
Is he not here?
I don't know.
Oh,
No,
you
I
guys-
already deleted him.
Oh.
Where is?
I made him
Guys over here by me.
Yeah, they're in that building.
Yeah.
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 Dude, this
Yep.
this purple SMG is dirty.
What's up, Snipes?
Oh, you're here, like?
Yeah. I hear him.
Damn, I need some material.
Bro,
I think they're.
a bug just flew right into my face in this game.
They're up.
Yeah, I think they're in this doorway.
Full sender, dude. Yeah, I see him second floor. Second floor, Nate. Full red above you, and third floor too.
That was it. He was eliminated. Nope, there's another one right here. Okay, that.
It's not, wall's not breaking. Okay. I think there's another one right above too.
What?
I think.
I was just pushing through the building.
I-
There's a teddy bear here.
I saw another one. Unless you killed both of them.
Yeah, I killed both of those guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was good.
Good job.
Damn, this whole building got absolutely annihilated.
It really did.
Damn,
Yo,
and
yo,
you guys got
want to
some.
break down Trump Towers?
I mean, it's kind of late now. Everybody's dead.
Yeah.
So we can still break it down. Clickbait.
Click. Jesus.
Clickbait. Wait a minute. We don't do that.
Any of you guys got shields?
Nah.
No, I got none.
Bummer.
Oh, people in my building right here, right below me.
Yeah, I saw him.
Wait, where the?
Oh my god, they're all three here.
What the hell is happening? Where are the stairs?
God dang it. Oh my god, I didn't get it.
What were they doing? They're all just hiding here.
Hold
oh,
on.
look at shields.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Oh, who did it?
What happened?
You know
Who
what?
was
Nate,
it?
Nate.
What happened, dude?
What?
I don't even know what happened.
Oh.
Well, that was so weird for me to get in there. I don't have any building material. Holy crap. These guys have any extra?
I have like 200 brick and that's it.
Alright, I gotta go get some wood then. Oh my Lanta.
Oh my
Oh, I see a
life.
green pump.
I got nothing to build with.
There's like 18,000 pumps.
This dude just said, hey genius. It's 1:30 where I live. My parents are sleeping. Good for you, bro.
Hey, genius.
Hey genius. It's like, thanks. It's so nice of you to say.
Hey, genius, you're an idiot. The end.
The end. That's the ultimate way to end it. The end.
Stream earlier, idiot.
I think I'm gonna stream earlier tomorrow. Honestly, think I am.
Dude, I dare you.
You did it.
No balls.
No balls.
Wait, dude.
Wait, my balls are already showing. I don't know if I can.
Got him.
Nice.
You guys literally just left me, by the way.
Right. I heard the disappointment in Nate's voice when I said that. He was like,
Shamalama. Hey there, Nate.
You and Ken made me start playing COD on PC. That's what's up, dude.
Sorry.
Yeah.
bad it's dead
Sorry.
now.
Sorry about that.
Sorry. Whoopsies. Hopefully we'll make you play Fortnite.
What's up, Jack? How you doing, man?
Oh my god, dog. What do you need? Stop it, please.
See, Kenny, this is why I don't have pets.
Dude, I don't want pets
Yo.
anymore.
If you want
Whoa.
Waker. No joke.
All I want.
Kenny,
Fish.
I'm sensing.
I want a
I'm
fish
sensing a little bit of drama right now. Is there something you want to talk about?
Yeah.
I'm a
I'm
therapist.
tired of these dogs.
I'm a certified therapist, by the way.
Take my dogs. I need them to go to a good home.
I'm a certified engineer, by the way, so. if you
Just
ever
kidding.
have
I love
to
my dogs, but they trigger
fix
me so
something,
much.
Hit me up.
A certified what engineer for what?
Mechanical.
I'm.
Oh,
This dog that we have,
And computer.
our Sharpei, has been a long. Like,
computer engineer. Oh,
he's been alive too long.
I went to when I was.
Oh my god.
That's
What?
that's
Like,
terrible.
he's super old. Like I don't think he's ever gonna die.
Oh, people building up here,
Peter.
120? Yeah, Peter, right? No, like when I was in college, I was going for cybersecurity.
That's not what I meant. It came out wrong.
I'm sorry, what was that?
When I was in college, I was going for cybersecurity, like cyber forensics type stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How'd that
Damn,
work?
so you can like dox people and stuff? Cool.
How do you think he gets Ninja stream?
I was oh, a guy right down here. I missed him.
You guys are alone? I'm still like super far away from you guys.
Got him.
Throwing for skins?
No, but
it's
yeah,
free loot.
I would have if I actually finished college, maybe.
Is he
I
solo?
finished. Now I have a piece of paper.
Yeah,
I'm
he was
doing-
eliminated.
I have jobs on over the internet that pay for stuff that have nothing to do with what my degree was.
People at Dusty?
That must
After
be so
4.5 years
satisfying.
of getting a mechanical engineering degree. Oh yeah.
And I'm sure you got a
It
little,
taught me good
and,
skills,
and I'm sure you got a little bit of money to pay too.
No, actually I didn't.
Oh, nice. Look at you, smarty pants.
Set me up.
Oh,
They're
My
fighting?
parents and grandparents set me up for, like, college funds.
oh, that's awesome.
Can I have them?
I'm all out of sniper
I just
ammo.
want to let you guys know that there's no action anywhere, so you're fine.
Anybody get?
Take all that
Anybody?
Action is coming.
Kenny or Nate, you guys got extra sniper ammo, extra heavy bullets?
Oh, I bet the crates.
action. Yeah, I might be able to get in on this action. Oh.
That crate is
You still have the
unstoppable.
crates?
Hit the guy on top of Dusty.
I think he is. I don't know if he, no, he fell off.
Oh, baby, I love the way.
I heard a rocket launcher.
Oh, there's potions up there. What the heck?
Oh, they're running to Dusty.
There's a big fight breaking down over here, brothers.
Gosh dang it, dude. Why?
What happened? Where'd you get hit from?
Kenny, he's
Sniper
at the wall
rifle?
to the left, peeking. Not our built walls.
Hit him once. No shield. No shield. Kenny to your left.
Yo,
on the other side of the wall.
I'm gonna need help. I'm gonna need help.
I'm
Like
coming. I'm
immediately.
coming. I'm coming.
I got 4 angels on me. 4 angels on me. Who have grenades.
Dude, I'm trying to make it over.
Oh. Bro, wait, what?
I don't know where you're looking.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Watch out, watch out. They got snipers and everything.
Yep.
I hit one of them.
I hit another one.
Holy
By the rock,
Jesus!
by the rock,
What
by
the
rock, by
hell?
rock. Yeah, they,
And is right with you.
they're trying to snipe me. There's a rock. You know the rock behind them?
Yeah, I can't quite see it. The rock.
Hit 127 shield.
I'm almost out of sniper.
Rush it.
Yeah.
I say we rush
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
I have no mats. I do, however, have these. Just keep building. Just keep building.
Yep.
Did you guys knock out any of them, or they're all still alive?
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Yeah. Hit the guy. Oh, he's one shot, one shot. Nice.
I'm dead. They're hit.
He's down. Oh,
There's
he's
like-
down.
They're gonna finish me. R.I.P. dude. But yo, creepy kid plays with an $80 donation. Thank you so much for the dono, man. I love you. And is it possible if I could play Fortnite with you? Yo, thank you so much, creepy kid, for that dono, bro. That's seriously
God,
generous
my
of
bad.
you.
I was too far away.
Yo, let's
My
get some
rocket- okay,
creepy
no, I can't
spam
do
in the
cool.
chat. And Toxic Penis, and my
They're
name
all
is
our
Jeff.
team
Thank you
right
both for your $1 donos, guys. I appreciate those. I'm sorry I was... No, it's all good. It's all good.
I was like spamming trying to place a
Dude,
metal wall.
let me
that
pick it
didn't
up.
place.
But yo, thank you so much for the
some
support there,
troubles.
guys. I seriously appreciate that. That's absolutely insane, man. Yo,
God damn it.
creepy kid, I usually don't play with
so
people,
back to
man.
Dusty.
But I'll definitely hit you up with a friend request if you want.
Oh shoot, you have any extra shield?
Just because it's
Yeah, I
late
want that
and
shield.
I'm feeling generous. But thank you so much for the support, brother.
Thanks. That was actually helpful. Oh shoot!
So creepy kid, what's your account name, man?
Oh, I didn't have any shield.
What's your account name?
They ran over here. All 4 of them are here.
Lasered.
You got it, dude. ProClutch.
Choking this. Ow, ow, I'm so dead, dude.
Oh, there's somebody else is fighting them. You're good to heal. Oh, they're all dead. Another team killed them.
You're dead.
No, dude, they don't see me. It's cool.
Did they see you, Nate?
They don't
There's
see me.
one literally right next to you.
He's real close to me, though.
Do you have grenades, Kenny?
No, I don't.
Oh, did they see me? Oh my god, they still haven't seen me. And they haven't seen. They don't know you're
Right
there
on you,
yet.
Kenny.
Dude, he's so oblivious. He still doesn't know you're alive. Behind you.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Not like this, boys. No.
Ah,
No.
NT,
That was a
dude.
good attempt. That was really, really solid. That was nice.
Attack is so weak, bro.
That was a really good attempt. That was really nice. That was T1 building right there.
Dude, 2 full teams just ran right over to us.
Yeah.
No, dude, like,
That's
totally
rough.
crack.
That's rough. All right. I think that's it for me, though.
All right, man. GG's, bud. Good night.
GG's. Love you guys.
GGs.
See ya. My name is Killer Clown 45. All right, creepy kid. I totally got you with the ad right now, man. Yo, thank you so much for that, brother. Killer Clown 45. Just got you with that ad, man. I'm pretty sure I typed that in right. Killer Clown. Yeah, I should have gotten that right. Yo, thank you so much for the $80 bomb, man. That's seriously generous of you. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. We're going to hopefully hit level 9 or level 100 tomorrow, which is going to be absolutely insane. If you guys haven't subscribed to the channel yet, make sure you do that. Tap the notification bell as well. If you tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it and tweet it at me on Twitter at ProHenis. I will follow every single notification squad member back. Appreciate all the support. You're so rude. We talk about Jose. I'm sorry. I'm tired. If I'm coming across as rude, guys, I really, really am sorry. I'm not trying to miss donations. I'm not trying to be rude. Yes, I did get a haircut, but yeah, guys, I'll catch you on the next one. Make sure you guys follow me on Twitter. Twitter's at ProHenis. I'm hopefully going to stream earlier tomorrow because I know a lot of people who, you know, don't really want to come to these late streams. So I'm hopefully going to be streaming earlier for you guys tomorrow. Appreciate all the support. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming. As always, stay cool. Adios.